All right, chat. Good afternoon. Welcome to the stream. I hope we're all doing well today. Welcome indeed. Swordfish, welcome to the chat. You're the first here. I hope you're doing well. Welcome to the stream. I think it might be a bit of a quiet one today. I think everybody wants to watch the Phoenix coverage that is currently going on. But never mind. It's all good. We're here. We're going to be flying the PMDG 737 today in the stream once again, and we're going to be flying the same route we actually did on our very first stream of the PMDG 737. And the reason being is that Orbx have actually done a big update on the Hollywood Burbank scenery that we flew out of. So I did want to just check that out today and show you guys, really. I don't know if you guys have seen much coverage on it, but they've done pretty big update on a lot of the airport, updated it for the new layout, and they've basically just bumped up all the textures and everything, and it does look really nice, and it was a good scenery to begin with, to be honest with you. I did quite like it, but there are some textures in there that were a little bit last gen, let's say. So yeah, we're gonna have a look at that today. FJ4L, welcome to the stream. Hope you're doing well. Good to see you. Interested to see what Microsoft Flight Sim will do with the Top Gun update. Yeah, that's coming out next Wednesday, I believe, isn't it? So we will see in not too long at all by the looks of things. All right, well, without further ado anyway, let's get into this because, yeah, let's just crack on and see what we can get done today. So then, here we are at Hollywood Burbank. We are at... we are a multiplayer. There was a plane over there. They've just disappeared. But we are a multiplayer today. So if you want to fly along, feel free. Yeah, I'm not sure if I'll fly on VATSIM today. I may do. If nobody's going to join on multiplayer, I may just go on VATSIM just to have that extra bit of traffic. But yeah, let's crack on anyway. So here we are at Hollywood Burbank. As you can see, it's quite hazy here at... in Burbank at the moment, but let's go ahead and we'll have a quick look around and see what's changed here at this scenery. So right off the gate, you can notice the ground textures are looking quite a bit better, and there's some new taxiway markings. So these taxiways weren't actually here before. This was just an empty, there was no taxiway. In fact, I think there was a taxiway down here, but I don't think the stands had these lead-in lines or these tire marks and things like that. So the ground textures have been updated pretty majorly. You guys know I'm a big sucker for taxiway signage as well. So they have actually updated the taxiway signage a bit by the looks of things. It's still looking a little bit dark and pixely like it did before. But they've definitely updated it and it does look a bit better. I noticed some of the signs were sort of floating off the ground in the last version as well. So it seems like they've fixed that as well. And they've added some lighting on the hold shorts as well. So a lot of work's been done on the ground textures by the looks of things. And yeah, really impressed with that actually. I'm not sure why my mouse is not disappearing. Hang on. There we go. It should disappear now. There we go. The building textures have been... It looks like they've done some work here, but the actual texture on the wall here still looks quite grainy. But the details just overall look a bit better. But it does still have this kind of grainy look to it. I don't quite understand what that's all about, but nevertheless, it is looking quite a bit better here on the building side of things as well. It did say they've added some custom vegetation as well. I'm not quite sure exactly what that entails, whether it's these trees here, but I'm pretty sure they were there before. So not 100% what they meant on that one. But overall, the ground textures, I think the ground textures is the biggest improvement. The ground textures do look really stunning now. The runway textures, I can't really remember if they've changed those or not, but nevertheless, they still look great. They've definitely updated the taxiways here. This didn't look like this before. There was just a hold short here, I think, and this one was missing. And I think this taxiway coming around here was missing as well before, if I remember correctly. They've changed these static aircraft. I believe there was an Alaska here before, and I'm not sure what the other one was, but it's definitely changed there. Might have been this one that's swapped for an Alaska, actually. Detailing is still about the same, I think. I don't recall whether these people were here before or not, but nevertheless, there is still some nice detail going on here. And just overall, it is just a very nice looking scenery. The land side, I'm not sure if they've really changed too much, but I never really looked on over here for too long, but it's still looking good nevertheless. We'll have a very quick run over to the opposite side here and just see if anything else has changed. Now, I didn't spend too much time over here in the past, but again, you can see the detailing is very, very nice. Some people even sat down here having a beer. I do like that. Very good. I have departed from some of these stands before on a, I think possibly in the DC-6 we did a flight out of here. Can't quite remember what the difference is. I'm not sure too much has changed there. I'm pretty sure they did say in the changelog though that there has been updates to the sort of GA apron and the private jet sort of area. Obviously, with this airport being in Hollywood, they do have quite a good... I imagine they probably have quite a decent amount of private jets flying in here. But yeah, it looks like there has been some updates here. It looks like the actual satellite imagery has changed as well, the ortho for the area. This definitely looks a lot different in between the taxiways here. Albeit a little bit low res, but it is sort of ortho imagery, so what are you going to do? I'm pretty sure this was here before. I don't recall seeing these helicopters. There definitely have been some updates here. I think the layout's changed slightly over here. I don't recall this either, but again, I may be wrong. Doesn't look too much different over here from what I remember. I don't remember this side of the airport too well, to be quite honest with you. And I'm going to say, chat, I don't think these cars were here before either. They are pretty crammed in, aren't they? Holy. And then obviously this stuff out here is photogrammetry, which is a bit messed up. So yeah, that is about it by the looks of things. I think the major updates really seems to be the ortho imagery. It seems to be the ground textures and some of the textures on the buildings as well, albeit not too much. But overall, I mean, I don't think too much has changed, considering in the initial instance they were going to charge people for this update. I mean, obviously a lot of development work probably went into it, but I personally am struggling to find a huge difference. But it does look like it is a little bit more next gen, if that makes sense. It does look like a bit more suited to this sim. The prior scenery was good, but there were some areas of it that did look a little bit out of place. But now it definitely looks a bit better. I suppose this is probably the custom vegetation here. These trees down here, you can see there's some slightly more bare trees than others, maybe? I'm not sure. But it's, yeah. I mean, like you guys know in the chat, I am a big fan. You know, if an airport developer gets the ground textures and the taxiway signage right, they're onto a winner for me personally, because that is something that you pay the most amount of attention to, and it covers the most amount of area in the airport. So if they get that right, which they certainly have done here, they look absolutely fantastic. I think that's a big win. But I think that's the big change, honestly. I think a lot of the detailing around the actual... around the buildings and things like that, it's not changed too much, although it's quite difficult as a user to obviously remember all of the different details that were there previously. So it's perhaps not fair for me to say that not too much has changed, because it is difficult for me to say exactly what has and what hasn't changed. But overall, I will say it does look a decent bit better. a decent bit better. Marino, welcome to the chat, dude. Hope you're doing well. Good to see you, mate. Interesting to see you, as I see someone last night said he's a little disappointed as not much has changed. Yeah, so yeah, I think as we were just saying there, it's very subtle from what I can make out, but again, it's quite hard to say without putting them side by side. It's quite difficult to say, I think. But I do think it is a great scenery, and obviously if you don't own it yet, I think it is definitely well worth buying, in my opinion. I do think it is very nice, but like I say, it is quite a subtle update, I think, but I'm sure there was a lot of development time put into the update, so big props to the developers for actually updating what is actually a fantastic scenery to begin with. So I guess that's my thoughts on it, really. Maybe we'll see some more as we taxi out and things like that. Livery looks beaut. Yeah, of course, mate. It's a nice one, isn't it? It's a classic Southwest livery. I guess this was before they had the blue colours. I don't know too much about the Southwest history, but yeah, very cool looking indeed. I was just going to set up on VATSIM as well, so just bear with me one moment. So a Southwest 2025, let's see. Right. Right then, chat, let's get things set up and moving along. Oh dear, that's not worked, has it? We're parked right on top of someone who is already here on VATSIM. That's a bit disappointing, isn't it? I suppose we've not done anything in the aircraft yet, have we? So let's just move over to a different stand real quick. All the ground services should come with us rather conveniently. Right, that should do us. Great stuff. All right, so a few aircraft here on VATSIM. Love to see it. We do have... we did have a center controller on previously, but we don't anymore. So never mind. Anyways, chat, let's get things on the move anyway now, because our departure time about 20 past, so we want to try and get things moving on a little bit here. We've got 20 minutes to get this set up. Not that much time, but let's crack on here. Okay, so initial safety checks, gear is down, flap lever is in, speed brakes are in. Transponder is in standby, all looking good there. Everything looking good there. I'm going to turn the music down a little bit for starting up the aircraft. Right, let's do it. I'm going to go quite quickly here, chat, because we've done this cold and dark startup quite a few times on the channel now, but if you do have any questions, please feel free to shout in the chat. Let's get the battery on, and the ground power is connected, so we'll get that on straight away as well. And we'll come further up as well and get the IRS both to nav initially. Flight recorder will give that a quick test. That's working. Mach airspeed warning test is working fine. There we go. EECs are both on. Oxygen is in normal. That's all good. Stall warning test we can't do just yet, so we'll leave that 7 minutes to the alignment, and the flaps and slats are working just fine there. Fantastic stuff. So moving down, yaw damper on. Everything is in the correct position over here. Crossfeed valve is bright and dim, and then bright and off. Looking good. We'll get the fuel pumps on as well. Coming down here, everything is looking okay here. Next panel is looking fine. Emergency exit lights to armed. We'll put the chime to the on position. Seatbelts we'll leave off for now as we're not fueled up yet. We'll get the window heat on. And we'll get the electric hydraulics on as well. We'll just turn the temperature down in the back a little bit. Isolation valve auto is fine. Everything else is looking good there. I'll put the packs to auto as well. And everything else is looking good. Our cruising flight level for today is going to be flight level 270. And landing altitude at Las Vegas 2181. So we're going to set that to 2,200 feet there. Okay. Pressurization is in automatic. Nav lights will come on. And that is everything good for the overhead flow initially. MCP will set up in a bit. We'll come a bit further down though and see everything else down here. Testing all the annunciators, everything looks good there. And above. Great stuff. Okay. Testing here and here. Here and here, all looking good there as well. Fantastic. Great. Okay, so I'm going to just change this to 1658. That seems incorrect. Is my clock on my computer wrong? Interesting. Okay, that's fine. I guess that's correct according to the sim. Right, no worries. Everything else is looking fine under here. We have hydraulic quantity and pressure. That's all looking good. Overheat tests. And a detection test as well. Okay, all looking good there. Fantastic. And check the extinguishers. Right, fantastic stuff. I'm just going to do this again here because I quite like to see these light up. I don't think I've ever been in a scenario where I've actually seen the actual lighting in those yet, because I remember there was talking about how nicely they've done the lighting on that in one of the updates, and I've not really had a chance to look at that as of yet. Cargo fire tests, all looking good there. Great stuff. All right, carrying on down, we'll set our radios to 122.8 on Unicom. And further down, everything else is looking good down here. Great stuff. Okie dokie. Parking brake is set as well. Okay, let's come down to the FMC then, and we'll go pause in it. Get our GPS position and set that. Right, alright. So, for the route, we're going to go from Kilo Bravo Uniform Romeo. We're going to Kilo Lima Alpha Sierra. And we're going to be Southwest 2025. And the anticipated runway for departure is going to be runway 15. And it says I've got freeware Burbank or flightsim.to. No doubt it won't be as good as this one, but I'm interested to see how different it looks. Yeah, I've not seen that one actually, to be fair, but this one is very good. This one is very good. I would recommend it. It is very, very nice, and there's a few statics there. It just feels like it's got some good life to it, you know? Even if there are some little areas that maybe not perfect, I do think there are some a lot of areas where it really does excel, and I do very much like it indeed. Southwest home of the non-assigned seats. I wouldn't know about that. I've never flown on Southwest. I do hear a lot of people give sort of mixed reviews on Southwest, though, I do have to say. Right, all right. Should have signed up for Pilot Edge. I did actually sign up for that, and I just completely forgot that I did it. Never mind. I do think I still have some time on my trial left, though, so maybe I'll give that a try when I next remember. Right, so let's set up our departure. We're going to go off the SLAP 2 departure and the Misan transition, as we did exactly the same as previous. We'll come to our route now, and from Misan, we're actually going to transition directly onto the arrival into Las Vegas, so it's a fairly straightforward route, this. We're expecting 26 left, and I want to try the RNAV for 26 left as well for Las Vegas, and we are going to do the renders 1 arrival with the Misan transition. And for the actual approach itself, we'll use Bourbon as the transition, because that's going to basically transition us straight from our arrival onto the approach itself. So we'll actually need to fly in vectors. So we'll see how that goes anyway.
Good morning, American 2479, passing 1,000 to 10,000.
All right, let's see how that looks anyway before we execute it.
And then 2 Vegas.
So obviously we've got a vectors leg as we depart here from Burbank. So you can see we depart out to the south, and then you take a left turn up towards Rave. Then we are coming out to the northeast, up to Misan, which do we have that in there twice? No, we don't. Okay. Carrying on through renders and then onto the approaches. Something has gone a little bit funky, so let's just see what that is. That's just a missed approach track, isn't it, that's showing there. And then we have the arrival. Final stage of the arrival through Bourbon, and then a left turn onto the R&P approach. And then down, and then the missed approach. There we go, to Bravo Lima Delta. So that's all looking good. We'll go back to the route page then. I'm happy with that. We'll activate and execute that. So that is fine. Great stuff. Okay, so we'll come back down. Perfect hits. We're going to get this plugged in real quick. So we'll do a briefing of the charts as we get a little bit closer to departure here, chat. But for now, I am just going to... I'm not going to brief the OFP for today because... if possible, I would like to get 2 legs in today, but that all depends on how long I spend blabbing here on the ground. So I'm going to try and not take my time too much here. Having said that, I do need to set up the loading of the aircraft first of all. Not going to bother with self-loading cargo because that seems to be not playing ball right now. It seems to be just crashing on startup, and I don't want to fix that right now. So we're going to go to fuel. We're going to go for a block fuel of 12,149 in pounds. And we are going to go for a payload of a 0 fuel weight of 113,000 pounds. So let's stick that in. On SimBrief, it said that was a full load of passengers, 148, but that doesn't seem to really translate across properly, but nevertheless. The gross weight is more or less matching, so I'll take that. Alright, so back over here then. Okay, so reserve fuel is going to be 5.2. 0 fuel weight, we already know, is 113, which is giving us a gross weight of 125.4. Takeoff weight 124.6, and we are allowing for the taxi 500. So, yeah, that's just about right, isn't it? Okay, happy with that. Cruising flight level recommended by the aircraft is 320. We're going to cruise at 270 for today. And the...
Alaska 295 out of 2,180 J4.
Top of climb wind is going to be 010 at 34 knots. And the top of climb temperature is going to be -31. So we'll stick that in. Transition altitude 18,000. That is absolutely fine with me. I'm just going to go ahead and execute that straight away. We've got all our loading, so we'll actually go ahead and put these seatbelt signs on now. I'm going to start the APU as well. Great stuff. Okay, so N1 limits. We're going to go for a 45 degrees D rate, and we're going to go for takeoff power at 22k and a climb of climb 2 for the D rate. Let's see how that works out. That might bite me in the bum, but we'll see. We'll see. Then we'll go to takeoff. We're going to go for flaps 5, and the CG is 18.7, V1 at 2.6, 2.7 and 3.1 for the V speeds. And the trim we want to do at 6.38, so let's set that right now. In fact, one thing I wanted to test on this that I've not looked at yet, I wondered, can you pull this handle out? You see this? This is a little handle that you can pull out so you can trim a bit quicker. But it doesn't look like you can. That is unfortunate. Is it a bit quicker if I click it like this? Let's see. It's not. Okay. Do it with my controller. Bit easier. There we go, and we've got a V2 speed of 131, which we're going to set here. All right, great stuff. Okay, so that is about everything done there. We're going to come back to our route page and the legs, route data. And we're not going to request the winds. This is a super short flight, so we don't really need to do too much. But what we're going to do is we're going to actually take the average wind component and we're going to stick it on Navy, which is the first fix after our top of climb, according to the aircraft. Even though it should be yappy, really. Let's see here. We're going to take the average wind, which is 02028, and stick it in. Okay, that's not going to work. We'll stick it in here then. There we go. Okay, great stuff. So back to the takeoff page here. We'll stick the progress page on this side. Okay, cool. So we'll do our pre-flight checklist, and then we'll start running, having a look through the charts, and we will do the MCP setup. So pre-flight gear pins, nose gear, gear pins and covers are removed. Dispatch and maintenance release is checked. Oxygen masks are tested here. That's all looking good. There is one back here as well. All looking good. Quantity is fine as well. Nav transfer and display switches normal and auto. Window heat is on. Pressurization mode selector is in auto. Flight instruments are checked. Parking brake is set. Engine start levers are in cutoff. That is a pre-flight checklist complete. So let's go ahead and get the MCP set up. We'll do a quick briefing before we go too much further. So let's jump over to the fuzz pad for that. Okay, so chat, we are at Burbank, California, and this is the 10-9. This is BUR, or Kilo Bravo Romeo. Kilo Bravo Uniform Romeo. Airport elevation 778 feet. Right, so how it's going to go is we don't need to worry too much about the frequency because we don't have anyone online at the moment. Let's just actually double check that. Yeah, nobody online on VATSIM, so no issues. Right, so we're here at Burbank. Okay, we're down here at the main terminal. Now, the taxi briefing, fairly straightforward. We are going to taxi for runway 15. So we're going to push back facing to the west, and then we are basically going to follow along this Sierra taxiway, take a right turn across runway 826, and then off up Alpha, which is basically going to take us this way, and then all the way up to the top here. And we're going to enter the runway at Bravo. Actually, aircraft holding area and bypass apron. I can't remember where we entered the runway. This looks different to last time we were here. I don't remember seeing this bit. But we'll enter either this Alpha 1 holding point or here at Bravo. So no issues there, fairly straightforward taxi. We've got the SLAP 2 departure, which is what we did last time. So again, this is the SLAP 2 RNAV departure, so we don't need to tune any ground-based nav aids really for this. Transition altitude 18,000, radio required RNAV 1, DME or GPS required. That is no issue for us. So we're departing runway 15. You can see climbing right turn to heading 210, or as assigned by ATC. No ATC online, so don't need to worry too much about that one either. So as you can see, looking at the plan view, we're taking off runway 15. It is going to be a right turn. I did say earlier it was a left turn, so it's actually a right turn to 210 degrees. And we're going to take a right turn. Now, it's in the real world, the ATC would vector you round towards Rave, or they would give you a direct. Last time we did this on VATSIM, they gave us a little vector round and then a direct. But in this instance, what we're probably going to do is, because no one's online, we will get in the air. We'll turn to 210. We'll take a bit of a right turn, and then, well, we might just go direct once we are wings level on this 210 heading. I think that's probably what we'll do. So Rave minimum 7,000 feet is the restriction. Then we're going to take the 009 track to SLAP, minimum altitude of 13,000. Then 028 track to Yapi, minimum 15,000. 066 track to Jethk, which has a maximum altitude of 190. And then we're going to take the 074 track to Babite, which is a minimum of flight level 200. Then to Antlip on the 075 track. Out then to Nanavi on the 060 track, and then out to Blazin on the 035 track, and then, sorry, not out to Blazin, on the 043 track, rather, from Navy to Misan, and then that starts us on the arrival into Las Vegas. So that's departure. It is quite a simple one, really. There are a few restrictions, but nothing too much, nothing too crazy. It's really just altitude constraints, so we don't need to worry too much. Think about that, really. All right, so let's jump back in the flight deck and we'll start getting things set up. So we'll come first of all down here. I'm actually going to release the ground services first of all, except for, well, we can release the ground power as well. Actually, the APU should be nice and warm now. We'll release the fuel truck, the stairs, the aft galley, and the loaders. Ground power, let's go first of all. Just check the APU is actually online, which it is. We'll turn the APU bleed on as well. We'll put the APU on the bus. And we'll go ahead and release the ground power as well. Looks like we've got someone else. Oh, it's the same aircraft as before. They're now departing. Lovely stuff. Right, okay, so that is that all done. Great stuff. So let's set up the MCP then. I'll bring up the charts in the sim here. Guys, I'll catch up with the chat messages once we are all set here in the flight deck and ready to go. So let's go on here and just check the restrictions are in here properly. So I've got 210 heading. That's fine. No problems. We are actually going to set 210 here. And we're going to depart with heading select on after I've put the flight directors on, of course. So minimum altitude at Rave 7,000. Slap 13,000 or above. That's all fine. 15,000 or above at Yapi. Jethk has got a 190 or below. Again, because there's no ATC on, we may end up just skipping that waypoint, but we'll see how we get on. Minimum flight level at 200 at Babite, and that is the last point with a restriction on it there. Now, last time we departed from here, we got an initial altitude clearance of 7,000 feet. So we'll go ahead and set that. And that is the MCP more or less set up there. We don't really need to set the course. What we'll do is we will set the runway heading. We'll set the runway heading in the course just as a reminder of our runway heading. It serves really no other purpose than just a reminder. Why not have as much information as you can at to hand? Why not? Okay, so that should do it for the MCP setup. I'm going to just turn the VOR displays off as well, just to clean up the NDs there. Is it me or can I not remember how to bring up the VSI here? Huh. I may have forgotten how to do that. Never mind. Let's get terrain and data on anyway on our side. That's fine with me. And finally, let's actually get the ATIS. Now, there's no controller on here at the moment, so we'll actually use... Let's see if the Microsoft Flight Sim ATIS can do some good today. 188 at 5, so very light winds and fine for runway 15. Temperature is 16 and the dew point 10 degrees. QNH 3002, which is what I was looking for. There we go, so very close to standards. Now, yep, that's fine. Okay, great stuff. FMS altitude is reading a bit higher than what the actual altitude is, which is a bit strange. This altitude is correct for the airfield, however. Interesting. Fuel flow reset as well. I forgot to do that one. Right. Now we'll go ahead and just set our radios back to 1228 because no doubt Microsoft just changed that for me. Right then, chat. Okay, we're pretty much there. Departure time was at 20 past, which is what we were aiming for, and we are just about there. So I'll take that. APU is running, and all the doors are closed. Great stuff. So I'll take a quick pause before we do our before start checklist, and we'll get moving. All right, chat. How are we doing? Let's see. Where are we going to? Mariner, we're going to Las Vegas again. Just got to go to the shop and then may join. Yeah, do it, dude. Do it. By all means. Phoenix is looking amazing. Yeah, it looks absolutely fantastic. I really can't wait for the Phoenix. And the return, I'm not sure yet. I'm not sure. We'll see how we get on for time. Can you import flight plan from SimBrief? You can. There is a variation of that. Scott, yep. It's not a direct import from SimBrief. But if you use it in conjunction with the SimBrief FMS downloader, it is pretty painless. And it does work. I'm just not using it for this flight because we are... You know, the flight plan is almost non-existent. MPS Gaming, good evening. Hope you're doing well. Welcome, welcome, welcome. Dabron, welcome to the chat. Hope you're doing well. Good to see you. Let's see. So, how you do is described in the PMDG manual. Yep, there we go. Yeah, perfect. Thank you very much for that, MPS Gaming. Yeah, you can find out all about the SimBrief import in the manual. Azul, welcome to the chat. Good to see you. Hope you're doing well. Welcome, welcome. And Ryan, welcome. I'm doing very well. Yeah, thank you very much for asking. I hope you're doing well as well. Big Ols, welcome to the chat. Hope you're doing well. Another channel member there along with Mariner. Welcome to the chat, guys. And whilst we're talking about channel members, big shout out to all of the channel members, and especially our platinum member, Schutz, as well as the gold members out there. So thank you very much for your support, guys. Right then, so we still don't have anyone online in terms of on VATSIM, so we are pretty much good to go and proceed. So, before start, checklist. Flight deck door is closed and locked. Fuel is 11,000 pounds. Pumps are on. Passenger signs are on. Windows are locked. MCP is V2131. Heading 210 and altitude 7,000 feet. Takeoff speeds are 26, 27 and 31. CDU pre-flight is complete. Rudder and aileron trim is 3 and 0. Taxi and takeoff briefing is complete. And the anti-collision light will turn on now. Before takeoff checklist complete. Great stuff. Let's request pushback. And we'll pre-plan it. But why not? Let's go for it. Let's go for it. Alright, so we'll come straight back like that, and then on to the taxiway. Oh, that's not linking up right, is it? Not sure if that's going to work too well, to be quite honest. Let's try it like that. Request pushback. Hello. Please. Hello? I'm sure I just clicked it. Yes, we have clicked it. I don't hear any sounds. Don't know about you guys, but I don't hear any sounds. Have we still got the chocks on? I don't know if that actually makes a difference. We do still have the chocks on, so I'll remove those, but I don't think it should make a difference really to the pushback. Or at least the pushback add-on, let's say. Okay, that doesn't seem to be doing anything. What has happened to this? Has this toolbar pushback died a death from one of the recent updates?
Cockpit to ground.
Okay, there we go. It's working with that.
Stand by.
Right. Let's see if we can pre-plan it.
Roger. Pushback cancelled.
Let's just try it one more time. For science. You know we like to test things on this channel. Just going to do it like that.
Cockpit to
There we go. Okay, fantastic stuff. We are rocking. Great stuff. Okay, so pushback. We'll go ahead and get the packs both to off for the engine starts. We may as well turn the AP bleed off. Oh no, we definitely don't want to turn the AP bleed off actually, do we? Wait, what is going on with... Okay, it's still connecting. Great stuff. Fine. Fine. Burbank traffic, Southwest 2025, stand Alpha 6, pushing back. And going to runway 15, Burbank traffic.
Okay, sir. The bypass pin is installed. All doors and hatches closed and all ground equipment is removed. The parking brakes are set. You may lift. Parking brake set. Lifting the aircraft. We are cleared for start and push. Okay, cleared for push start. Please release parking brake.
Parking brake is released.
Commencing pushback. You can start the engines in sequence. It will start in the sequence.
Alright, so ignition to ground on engine 2. Okay, into rotation. Waiting for 25% there. And there we go. Start the fuel flow. So fuel flow, oil pressure, N1 rotation, EGT. Looking good.
Okay, pushback completed. Please set your parking brake.
Parking brake is set.
Parking brake set. Lowering aircraft. Ground. You may disconnect. Okay, sir. Clear to disconnect. Pin has been removed. See you.
Alright, we've got a good engine start on the second engine there.
Position waiting for the visual.
Ignition to ground on the left engine. Start valve open. Into rotation. So which plane is your favourite now to fly? Probably this, to be honest. Probably this. I do really love the A32NX though, I can't lie. I still really like that. And I think when the Phoenix comes out, it's going to be the Phoenix. I really have no doubt about that, to be quite honest, actually. Ground services on strike, yeah. It looked like they were for a minute there. They seemed to take a while to catch on. How do I download liveries for this plane not using the operations center? I'm not sure, to be honest. I don't know if there is a way to do it without that. I'm not actually sure. But you have to have the operations center installed to actually use the plane in the beginning, so I don't see... I mean, why not use the operations center? If you know what I mean. Right, okie dokie. So we'll get the auto brake to RTO now. We'll come up top. We'll get the APU bleed off now. We'll get the packs back on. We'll get the engine generators on the bus and we can turn the APU off now. Great stuff. So quick overhead scan again. Definitely don't need the torch. Okay, all looking good. We've only got fuel in the wing tank, so no issues with the fuel pump setup. Everything else is looking fine. Probe heat can come on now as well. Alright, yeah, we are looking good there. Right, alright. Okay, so after start checklists. Or before taxi checklist, should I say. Generators are on, probe heat is on, anti-ice is not required. Isolation valve is in auto, engine start switches to continuous. Let's do that as well. Recoil is checked. Auto brake is RTO, engine start levers in the idle detent. Flight controls, we'll do a quick check of those as well. Okay, and it's probably a good thing I did this because my rudder pedals are out of position. Check the rudder pedals as well, if I can get them in the right spots. There we go. And there we go. Right, okay, and ground equipment is clear. Before taxi checklist complete, and this has just reminded me, I did want to just change my sensitivity slightly for this aircraft on my joystick. I'm going to actually just knock it down a little bit further to minus 40%. Just feels like that might be a bit better, but we'll see how it goes. Right, we'll go ahead and set the flaps to 5 as well whilst we're here. All right. Clem, welcome to the chat. Hope you're doing well. Good to see you. Welcome, welcome. Did I like your last post on Discord? I don't recall it off the top of my head, actually. I don't recall it, actually. I'll have to double check. Let's have a look right now, actually. Oh, your last post, was it regarding the flight sim GeoGuessr, maybe? I can't actually see your last post on there. You'll have to mention me in the channel that it was in. Generic Pilot, welcome to the chat. Good to see you. Hope you're doing well. Welcome, welcome. I need to watch this. I always get a takeoff config enunciation. Don't know what I'm missing. Yeah, so the takeoff config, Daniel, is looking for a number of things. Not that many things, though, actually. It's looking for your brakes being set, which mine aren't. Actually, I thought they were. It's looking for your brakes being set. It's looking for your flaps being set to a takeoff config, which is usually flaps... I think it's checking for flaps 5 or above. Although I'm fairly certain you can use flaps 2 or 1 for takeoff, but I may be wrong about that. It's looking for your flaps, it's looking for your auto brake position. And it's looking for something else as well, which I can't remember just off the top of my head. What is it looking for? I think that's all it looks for, actually. There's possibly something else that it looks for. But you can test it before you actually get too far. If you just bring... They're forward like that. The throttle's forward. See, I didn't get a takeoff config there, so we're good to go. Let's get the taxi lights on. And off we go. Loving the checklist complete emotes in the chat. I love the emotes. I'm so glad I got all the emotes going. Very pleased with that. It's in Flight Sim chat. So before last, let's see. Flight Sim chat. Oh, okay, the helicopter. Ah, okay. No, I didn't have a chance to actually look at that, no. No, I will take a look at that either later on, and I'll drop you a reply on there because I was meant to look at that, but I just slipped my mind. Okie dokie. Let's go, chats. Taking a bit of power to get moving here. Let's hide the engine instruments for the takeoff. Very murky down here at the moment at Burbank. Very murky indeed. Alrighty then, so we are going to take a right just at this hold short and then come up this side, up Alpha, all the way to the end of runway 15. You can see the windsock pointing more or less straight down runway 15, despite there being not that much wind at all. I wonder if we could actually probably take this taxiway here, or is this an exit for this runway? It probably is, isn't it? Having said that, I'm not sure this is actually lining up for this side either, so let's go ahead and take a right turn here. We'll get the strobe lights on as we're crossing an active runway here. And we'll flick them off again as we exit. Oh, yes, Mariner, thank you very much for putting those tow emotes there. You've actually just reminded me. I did want to check one of my options in here as well, because I know we've had that issue a few times where the auto thrust disengages on the takeoff roll. So yeah, I think that should hopefully work for us. I think that's going to be right, hopefully. Right, okay then, chat. So just to review the departure once again, we are going to take off runway 15, take a right turn to 210 degrees on the heading, and then we are going to vector ourselves around to Rave, basically. We'll vector ourselves around to the right. We're initially climbing to 7,000 feet, and I noticed this aircraft does seem to like to punch through the initial altitude quite regularly on departure. So what I'm going to do is we're going to go heading select initially, and then once we've got the right turn dialed in and we're on a well, once we get to acceleration altitude, which is 1,500 feet, we are going to bug up to our up speed, and we're going to start accelerating the aircraft and bringing the flaps in. And then I think once I've done that, immediately after I've done that, I'm actually going to put in VS 1,000 so that we don't bust through that 7,000 feet there. I think that's probably going to be a good call there. And then once we get to Rave, obviously once we've given ourselves a direct to Rave, we'll give ourselves LNAV. And then we're going to continue on our climb out. So in this order, we'll take off, toga, fly runway heading, then take a right turn, 210 degrees on the heading mode. I think at that point I'll probably stick the autopilot in quite early here, because there's quite a lot to do on the departure. So 210 degrees, once we reach 1,500 feet, bug up, bring the flaps in, dial in the VS as well after we've bugged up. So I think I'll bug up and then immediately hit VS. And we'll do it like that. And then once we've got all the flaps in, we'll give ourselves a direct to Rave. I think that's the way we're going to do it. I think I should taxi in true Southwest fashion. Is that I do hear they tend to. Is that big? Are they well known for taxiing very quickly or something like that? Is that what they do? We'll get a bit of thrust in then for you, Pulse. But welcome to the chat, dude. Hope you're doing well. Good to see you. Did I see the DC6 had an update? I actually did the update earlier on today, but I don't actually know what it was for, to be honest. I can't find the patch notes anyway. It's rather strange. Well then, chat, if you're enjoying the stream so far, please do consider hitting the thumbs up button. It really does help out the channel when you do that. I don't usually ask it a lot, but yeah, I would very much appreciate that if you're enjoying the stream. Alright, so here we're coming up to Alpha 1, I believe. It is indeed. We might as well, I think we can take this intersection for departure. We're going to go for it because the taxi is, I'm becoming impatient. I'm not going to lie. Right, so let's announce on VATSIM what we're doing. Burbank traffic Southwest 2025 is lining up runway 15 for an immediate departure. Burbank traffic. Okay, so before takeoff checklist, flaps are 5 green light and stabilizer trim is 6.4 units approximately. Before takeoff checklist is complete, let's get the landing lights on. We're going to leave the taxi light on as we do have our clearance all ready to go. We'll get the auto thrust armed as we're entering the runway now. Just quick check right, all looking clear, and quick check left, all looking good. Toga's in the chat, everyone. Commentator, welcome to the chat. Hope you're doing well. We'll do a standing start to give us the most amount of power on the takeoff roll here because I've taken the intersection. Might want to go all the way down runway 15. It's super short. I think we might be okay. I know it is a short runway, but I think we might be okay. I think Pulse, but we'll see. It is downhill as well, so it's that's going to help us out a little bit here. All right then, chat. Are we ready? Let's just do a quick one of these. Very, very nice indeed. Not a perfect lineup, but not too bad at all. Yeah, and I guess that's another thing that they actually did on this airfield is they updated the elevation and the slope of the runways because I don't remember it looking this sloped before, which is quite nice to see. Okay, so up to 40%. On the N1s. And here we go. Is Toga going to work properly this time? Engines are stable and up to Toga. Nope, it's disconnected the auto throttle again. Not sure why it does this. I've just set takeoff thrust manually there. 80 knots. Takeoff thrust is set. V1, rotate. Yeah, no issues at all there with the runway length. Positive rate. Gears coming up. Okay, we've got N1. We're now going to go to heading select, which doesn't appear to be on. Okay, we're at the acceleration altitude. Let's bug up. Oh dear. Okay, we'll go to flaps 1. Trying to do too many things at once here. Command 8. Okay, we're not climbing too well here, so that's absolutely fine. Let's give ourselves a right turn. Okay, we're at the up speeds. Let's go up. We'll put VNAV in. VNAV speed. And we'll keep that right turn coming. Alrighty then. About 2,000 feet to go. Let's go to VS. Great stuff. Okay, happy with that. Let's go now direct to Rave. We'll execute that. We'll go to LNAV. LNAV. And there we go. Let's give ourselves a further climb then up to our cruising flight level of 270. Right. Okie dokie. We're going to pretend we're cleared straight up there by ATC. So looking down at our climb page here, we've got the constraint at Rave. Let's go ahead and clear that out. And 13,000 or above, let's clear that out. 15,000 or above, let's clear that out. And 190 or above, let's clear that out. 200 or above, let's clear that out. So there we go. We should now, if we stick it back in VNAV, N1 VNAV speeds, cleared ourselves up to a flight level, so let's go to standard pressure. We can disarm the auto brake now as well. We'll get the gear off. Great stuff. Very nice indeed. Not too bad. Probably one of my better departures, although that turn I didn't handle too well. I should have got the autopilot in earlier, to be quite honest. There's quite a lot to do there. Alright, so after takeoff checklist, engine bleeds are on. Let's just check the pressurization as well whilst we're here. Cabin altitude is climbing. And we are looking good. About 1,100 feet in the cabin. Packs are on. Or in auto. Landing gear is up and off and the flaps are up. No lights. After takeoff checklist is complete. Through 10,000 feet now. Let's go ahead and get the landing lights off. And the runway turn off and taxi lights off as well. I forgot to turn the strobe lights on actually. We'll turn those on now. We'll get the engine mode We'll get the engine ignition to off as well. Seatbelts can come off as well. And there we go, chats. There we go. Lovely stuff. Not bad at all. Toga on push screw or button on TCA. That's what I'm using. MPS, yeah. That's what I'm using. I'm not sure why it does it. It does it every single time. I don't know why it is. I think maybe I need to just... It's a bit annoying that you have to actually do this because, you know, on the real aircraft, the aircraft doesn't ignore your inputs into the throttle lever. So what I think I'm going to have to do is, to get it to work properly, is I'm going to have to come in here and put... I'm going to have to set this to never. Auto throttle manual override, which I don't think I should have to do, really, to be quite honest. In the Zebo, it has an option where it can ignore excess noise from your controller. Maybe that's what's causing the issue. I don't know what it is, but nevertheless, it is a little bit sad that I have to do that, but I'll try that for the next takeoff, and we'll see if it happens then. But yeah, I'm just using a button that's on my throttle quadrant, just on the side here, one of the red buttons on the left, to do the toga. I think in the very first flight we did in this, in fact, we used the screw, and I think we had that option to never, and I think it's still disconnected then, so I'm really not sure what's causing it. I know some other people on the forums have had the issue as well, but it doesn't seem like they've had too much feedback. So it's, yeah, I'm not sure why it's happening to me specifically. Love to see all the togas in the chat. Love to see it. Absolutely epic views coming out of Burbank here, though. Got LA behind us in the far distance there, covered by clouds. Very nice indeed. Okay then, so climbing nicely through flight level 195 now. 7,000 feet to go to our cruise. I forgot to turn our TCAS on, of course. Always something I forget. That's not on the checklist though, surprisingly. Mariner says I'll join for the return if you do it. Yeah, I'll let you know, dude. I will let you know. Frostbite says, hi Bobby, are you getting the FPS drops? Apparently the toolbar pushback causes memory leaks and low performance. No, I seem to be okay. Although, to be fair, I've not really flown since the last update. So I don't know if it's just something with World Update 9 that's caused that issue. I'm not sure. I've never really had too many issues with toolbar pushback. I know, obviously, a lot of people, if you've been watching the Phoenix streams, people have been having issues with it there, but I think that is an issue specific to the Phoenix and not the general usage of that add-on, I don't think. I use PMDG and FSX, but this version is more advanced with settings in FSC. It's like a new plane. Yeah, I've heard that as well. Yeah, I mean, they did say they would specifically try and make it a bit more improved to the older versions for the new sim, which they seem to have done, which is very nice to see. Biggle says, what's the blank screen in the middle above the throttle control? Yep, so this is just the lower, I think you would call it the EFIS. I'm not entirely clued up on the Boeing terminology. Yeah, so the lower EFIS or lower DU, I'm not sure which you would use. But yeah, so basically the procedure is normally to blank it out. So you can bring up your engine instruments or your engine instrumentation on the lower, or you can switch it to this sys page, or you can actually just press that again and it blanks it out. Now, the reason why it gets blanked out is basically because if there are any issues with the aircraft or any issues with the engines, this screen will actually pop back on again. So it sort of grabs your attention and you can sort of see that there is something potentially to be aware of there. So that's just something that pilots do to kind of just give them that extra level of... I suppose it just makes it easier to recognize if there's an issue. So we've got 2,000 feet to go now. We're climbing at 2,000 feet per minute, so that's fine. We're going to leave it as is. We'll go to VS once we get maybe to flight level 260, bring it down to 1,000. All right. So 1,000 to go. Let's go to VS. Bring that down to 1,000 there. MCB speed VS. Great stuff. I love this departure out of LA. It's very, very nice, isn't it? Over the mountains and into the desert. I do have to say though, chat, I'm not sure what's changed. I just updated my graphics drivers earlier on today, and there's something about the sim that looks a little bit different. I can't quite describe what it is. Like, you see this shimmering down here. You guys might not be able to see it on the stream, but I can see there's like some, it looks like maybe they're reservoirs or something down there, and there's like around the edges there's like this shimmering sort of effect. So I'm not sure if that's the graphics driver update or if it's this World Update 9, but I've not seen that before. I haven't updated my graphics drivers in so long now, so Alt hold. Great stuff. Let's go back to VNav now that we're level. FMC speed and VNav path. Great stuff. Okie dokie. So we've got a little bit of time to our top of descent because we did climb up a bit quicker than what the flight plan expected. Alright. Brian Kutcher says, hey Bobby, glad to see the new Burbank scenery and your route is a favourite of mine. Really enjoy your streams. Brian, thank you very much for the kind words. Really appreciate that, dude. That's very kind of you to say. And yeah, Burbank scenery, if you want to have a look at it, if you sort of rewind to the start of the stream, you can actually go and have a look at the scenery. We looked at it in some decent amount of detail. But I do appreciate the kind words there, Brian. Sujay, thank you very much for the sub there on YouTube. Welcome to the stream. No worries at all, Biggles. I saw on YouTube with real Boeing 737 pilots, they use that screen for check startup goes well with system for engines. Yeah, exactly. Yeah. I mean, you would definitely have that displayed when you are doing the engine startup for sure. But when you are getting ready to take off, you'd usually blank it out. And I think it does vary by airline, probably, whether you blank this out or not. But I think it's quite widely accepted that is a fairly frequently done procedure when you sort of take off. But yeah, obviously you would use it for monitoring the engines in the engine start for sure. All right. We've got a sub-train going there as well. You guys may notice down here, we've got this new little overlay. I've not really mentioned it in the last few streams down here. You can see this sort of green bar going across, which is indicating the sub-train. So if you're not subscribed to the channel, you can keep the sub-train going by subbing on YouTube. And that's basically a 120-second timer. And yeah, you can build up a sub-train there just as a bit of fun, guys. But that's what that is, in case you're wondering. One other thing I've noticed as well is one of my overlays doesn't seem to be working here. Let's see. Let's just try this. There we go, it's working now. Fantastic stuff. Great. All right, so where are we flying? We are flying to Las Vegas, Clem. Flying to Las Vegas. Very short flight this, though. We're going to be descending fairly soon. In about 10 minutes, we'll be starting our descent. Let's bring that heading bug round. Right, okay, so let's check on vPilot. Do we have any controllers on? We still do not. Someone may come online though, so it's worth just checking. Right then, chat, how are we doing today? How's your week going so far? It's Wednesday. Happy hump day. Hope your week's going well. Mine is just a bit of a strange one, to be honest, this week. I feel like I'm getting stuff done, but I'm also not getting stuff done at the same time. It's a very strange situation, to be honest. Let's see, can we bring the VSI up here again now? Have I totally forgotten how to do that? I'm sure you just press the center button twice and it should bring up the VSI down here. I think I must have missed some. I can't remember what I did to bring that up last time. I'm sure you just press these. Oh, maybe this aircraft type doesn't have it. It's possible that is also a thing. Obviously, this livery may be geared to a specific specification of Southwest, and they might not have the VSI, so that's a problem. That's possibly what it could be, actually. Still up for 4th of June at the airport. I should be, yeah, should be. Yeah, I am doing something that evening, but I should be able to pop down for during the day for a bit, for sure, Mariner. Right. Beautiful views. Right then, so I think now might be a good time, seeing as though we are... Where's our top of descent? In about 7 minutes. So I'm going to just reset my MCB altitude to 10,000. But we'll do a arrival briefing, just so we know what we're doing. Obviously resetting the altitude so that I don't miss my top of descent. So we'll bring up the fuzz pad and we'll have a look then. Okay, so we're going to be doing the renders 1 RNAV arrival into Las Vegas, Nevada. This is an RNAV star. Page is 10-2 kilo. Airport elevation 2181. We've already set that in the pressurization. KLAS or LAS for the codes there. Transition level, flight level 180, standard in the US. And radar required, DME and GPS required, RNAV 1. Not an issue for us. Needles transition, do not file assigned by ATC. That's fine, we're not going to use the needles transition. Turbojet aircraft only, absolutely fine. No issues at all. Right, so we're expecting 26 left. Let's actually do a quick check on the METAR. Because we've got no ATIS online at the moment. And we'll just make sure we can do 26 left. Wind to 0505 knots. So, we might actually do better with a different runway here. Let's see. So they have 01 left and right. Now, I'm not sure how often they actually use those for arrival procedures into Las Vegas, to be quite honest. I think every time I've flown in there on VATSIM, it's always been 26 left or 26 right. Let's see what they're using actually in the real world. Always nice to see. Get a bit more of an idea of the real world operation of the airport then. Yeah, so it looks like they're using 26 right for departures there, and then this guy's just come in on 26 left. Yep, there we go. So it looks like we'll go for 26 left then. No issues at all. So we're going to come in for 26 left on the renders 1 arrival with the Misan transition. That is as follows. So we're going to actually look at this on the plan view. So coming in at Misan above flight level 240, 036 track to Teddy, and then 037 to Watev. Same track to Toets, and then moving on to the final part of the arrival here, which is going to take us, this is a very complicated looking area of the chart, but nevertheless we're going to take a left down to Grammar on the 037 track, and then a left on the 019 track to Booty, which is a minimum altitude of 12,500 feet. Same track down to Envy, minimum altitude 11,000 feet. Right turn on the 083 track to Redken, which also has a restriction of 210 knots and minimum altitude of 9,000 feet. And then continuing on the same track to Twaffle, and then Bourbon, which is this one and this one here. You can see here it says 26 left and right transition refer to inset, which is basically this little bit here. So Bourbon, 210 knots, required altitude of 8,000 feet, landing runway 26 left and right, 19 left and right. Expect radar vectors to final approach course. Now, we are going to be doing a RNAV approach here. So, sorry, the inset it's referring to is not that. This is just a restriction here. The inset it's referring to is this right here. So you've got Redken at 210 knots, minimum 9,000 feet, and then Bourbon 8,000 feet at 210 knots, linking them together with the 083 and the 079 track. So you can see here, this little bit here, this little square. What have I done? Why can I not draw anymore? There we go. So you can see this little area here is not to scale. Well, it might be to scale actually, but it's a few waypoints within a very small area. So it's actually got this, which is an expanded view here, which is actually not to scale. So a few more restrictions there to take into account, and then we're going to be transitioning onto the RNP approach for 26 left, which is what we're going to try today. Now, this is the RNP or RNAV approach for runway 26 left. Page number is 12-23. This is an RNAV approach, so we don't need to tune anything on the radios, and the final approach course is 259 degrees. Touchdown zone elevation is 2,096 feet. MSA 12,800. And this does say authorization required. And this number 2 point is not relevant for us. VGSI and RNAV glide path not coincident. So VGSI angle is 3 degrees and TCH 84 feet. It's just a little bit beyond me what that is standing for right now. But nevertheless, VGSI, basically the PAPI, 3 degrees. So the RNAV descent profile is not coincident with the PAPI basically. So we need to bear that in mind when we're on the descent. So looking at the plan view, we're going to come in at Bourbon here, which is the last point on our star, which you may remember. Mandatory 8,000 feet and max 210 knots here, you can see indicated by this 1 and 2, which we already know from the star. That's fine. And then we do have a number 3 here at Bishop, which is max 205 knots until Shand. So we're going to go on the 079 track, minimum altitude of 7,000 feet there, and then we're going to take a left turn. It should be interesting to see how the aircraft deals with this turn. And then minimum 4,800 on that turn. Shand is max 205 knots there. And then we're going to establish on the final inbound course of 259 degrees, going through Relin and then down onto the runway. Profile view, 4,800 feet here at Shand, and then diving down to 3,800 to the final approach point, which is Relin, and then at 3,800 feet we'll continue on a continuous descent path of 3 degrees down to the runway. Minimums for this approach, RMP 0.3. Let's see what this number 1 is standing for here. Oh, it says here, so the missed approach requires a climb of 255 feet per nautical mile to 3,200. So we can actually take these minimums, which are a bit lower, because this is a 737-700 and it climbs like an absolute rocket, so I don't think we've got anything to worry about there. So we'll go ahead and set those minimums. And then once arriving at the airfield, we're going to come in at 26 left. We'll try and leave at Alpha 5, if not Alpha 6. And then we'll taxi on up to the Bravo gates, which is where Southwest parks. I think maybe this time we'll park along this side, just because we didn't park there last time, and this is the FlyTampa scenery. Why not see a bit more of it? So we'll park there probably, and then we'll take it from there. So fairly straightforward on the taxi, straight up either Alpha and then Golf Charlie into the apron, or Alpha up this way and then Bravo Charlie up to the gate there. Like I say, we'll either park along here. Well, we'll probably park along here, one of these stands. Why not? Just check there's no more no controllers on at the moment. There's very little traffic as well around Las Vegas, so we don't need to worry too much about our sequencing. One flight just landing there now. Another one inbound. So we need to make sure we talk on the radios, but shouldn't have too many issues. All right, let's jump back into the flight deck then, and then we'll see if we can make sure we've got... Oops, did not mean to do that. We'll just make sure we've got everything set up. Yes, there's a lot of restrictions and things to take into account there, so we'll make sure we've got everything in the box. Right, so renders 1, we're already on the arrival, as you can see. Booty is a minimum altitude of 12,500 or above, which is in there. 11,000 at Envy. Redken 210 and 9,000 or above. That's fine. Then we'll come down to this inset. Redken at 9,210, which we've already looked at. Bourbon, 210 knots and 8,000 feet, which is there. We do have a vector leg in here, which is a bit... That's actually... I'm actually going to delete that because that is redundant. In fact, what I'm going to do is I'll just take this bourbon. I'm going to drop it there. And execute. That's fine. So bourbon 210 knots and 8,000 feet, which is fine as well. Then moving on to the RNAV. So we've got Bishop, which has no constraints. In fact, yes it does. 205 knots. 205 knots is in there. 7,000 or above, which is in there, and that is actually fine. No issues at all there. Great stuff. Okay, so coming around to Shand, which is the next fix, you can see we've got these RF legs in here, which is for this turn, which is basically the radius to fix turn, I believe that is. And then Shand, we've got 4,800, and then a max speed of 205 knots, which is fine. We'll actually put that in as a solid altitude, so we'll put in 4,800, so it's not 4,800 or above. We want to be at 4,800 when we get there. And then 3,800 at Relin, which is also correct, and no issues at all. And you can see it's got glide path 2.75 degrees, which doesn't actually match the chart here, but we'll see how we get on with that. It's the first time I'm doing an RNAV approach or an RMP in this aircraft, so we'll have to see how it handles it. And then obviously the minimums as well, which is 2,450 feet, which will get stuck in there now. That is, there we go, 2,450 feet. We have passed through the transition altitude as well, which I'll set in just a moment. Such a very slow knob this, I wish it was quicker. We'll get there, we'll get there. 1,600, 700. Oh my god, still so far to go. $2,450 feet, exactly. There we go. Minimums are set. Great stuff. Okay then, chat. So we shall set the altimeter. I believe it was 3003. I'll just double check that on the ATIS. Oh, sorry, on the META. 3000 in fact. So we'll set that. Just taking another quick look at the weather. Winds are 0505 knots. 10 statute miles is the visibility. Temperature is 32 degrees with a dew point of -2. Altimeter 3000. And that is about it, really. So very warm here in Las Vegas by the looks of things. So we are going to have reduced performance from the engines, so we'll have to bear that in mind. And potentially a longer rollout as well. Let's go for auto brakes to the 3. There we go. That is set. Great stuff. Okie dokie, we can set our MCP altitude a bit lower as well. We'll set that to 8,000. Right. Okay, so we don't need to set up our course needles, but I am going to set it up for 259, just as a reminder of the final inbound course. I'll set that on this side as well. Let's zoom this in a little. So I'm very intrigued to see how it handles this. We're down to 250 knots, which is good. So we don't have any speed constraints just yet, but once we get to round this corner to Redken, which is actually quite difficult to see here, it's just there, we will actually have a constraint of 210 knots. So I need to bear that in mind. Make sure the VNAV does its thing. I flew Atlanta Key West yesterday in the 737 short runway, but I like a challenge. Very good, yeah. Love a good challenge here on the channel, so big props for you to doing that. How did it go, dude? 26 left is in use right now. Got it. Great stuff. Do you use fixed function in FMC? I just learned to use it. Real pilot saw a tutorial. He entered distance for 5 and 10 and calculated the time for descent to approach. Like distance, 105 for that flight he had. Yeah, I've not really used it too often. I mean, I do know how to use the fix button. But it's quite rare I use it, to be quite honest with you. I think it depends on the scenario, really. I mean, it's quite useful when you're doing a visual approach, for example. But generally, I don't use it too often. I think it's just personal preference, really. Patrick, good afternoon. Welcome to the chat, dude. I hope you're doing well. Good to see you. It's 2 o'clock in Boston. Well, good afternoon to you. So it's 22:08 here in the UK. It's 11:12 in Seattle. Very good, very good. Home email, welcome to the chat. Hope you're doing well. What FPS do I get with 3080? It really varies wildly depending on the aircraft or the area I'm flying in and whether I'm streaming or not. So it's quite a difficult question to answer that, but nevertheless, excuse me. But nevertheless, it varies between around about 30 to 60, really. Sometimes goes below 30 as well when I'm streaming, especially. All right, FMC speeds. It should start bringing us back down to 210 knots as well, which it is, which is great to see. It did say drag required for just a second there, but it seems to have gone away. Lovely stuff. Explorgus, welcome to the channel. Thank you very much for the sub on YouTube. Much appreciated. Thank you, thank you. Jack, good evening, sir. Hope you're doing well. Welcome to the stream. Yeah, we're getting very close to 3,000 subs now here on YouTube. So if you are enjoying the content and you want to support the channel, I would very much appreciate a sub. Okay, the drag required is coming on and off like wildfire here. Okay, we're coming up to 8,000. 8,000 is the required altitude at Bourbon. We're going to start getting configured now, so I'm actually going to go to speed intervention, and we'll come to the up speed. All right, so notifications are going to go off, and we're going to go to the hand cam for the arrival. Oh, my approach VREF. Thank you very much for the reminder there. So, what was the winds again? Oh, dear me. 050 at 5 knots, so we don't need to add any wind correction on there, really. Reset MTB altitude, okay. Yeah, we need to do that real quick. Oh dear, is that going to put me a bit high there? It is. Okay, so let's get the speed brakes out. Might just muck this up, chat. So flaps 40, 127 knots we'll use for the final approach speed today. Alright, so 7,000 or above at Bishop, so we're doing fine there. We're at the up speed, so let's go to flaps 1. We'll bug down to the flaps 1 speeds. Let's go directly to flaps 5 now. And we're going to bug the flaps 5 speeds.
Vegas traffic, Southwest 620, lining up runway 26 right, Vegas.
Okie dokie, chats. Descent path unachievable, which is very worrying. Right, let's see how we're doing here. So we need to be at 4,800 here at Shand. So let's just get speed brakes all the way out. They already are. It's really struggling to descend here. This is what happened last time we came into Vegas. Quite worrying. Let's get the gear down. All right, let's go to flaps 10. And directly to flaps 15.
Vegas traffic, Southwest 620, departing 26 right, radar 2.
Just trying to get as much drag out as possible here, chat. To help with that descent rate. Not really doing too much for us here. 4,000 we don't want. We want 3,800. So arm approach mode. I don't think it's going to capture here. Okay, there we go. Fact glide path MCP speed. Okay, so that's actually... We've just about managed to capture that from above, which is surprising. So we're fine there. We're looking good, actually. Let's go. Just about recovered that there. Right, okay, so let's go to our final approach speed, 126 knots here. Let's go plus 5. Flaps 25. Flaps 30. Go around altitude of 7,000 feet we're going to set. And we'll just sync the heading bug up to 259. Right, we're looking good, chat. 1,700 feet above ground level. Let's go to flaps full now. Wow, okay, I don't know how I managed to pull that off there. I'm quite impressed that he managed to do that. Let's get the landing lights on and the taxi lights. Engine ignition to continuous. I've not done any checklist here. So descent checklist, landing altitude is checked, recall is checked. Auto brake number 3, landing data VREF is 126 and minimums 2450. Approach briefing is complete. Approach checklist, altimeter is 3000, course is irrelevant, and ILS is also irrelevant. Landing checklist, engine start switch is continuous. Speed brake is going to come in now to armed. I didn't realise I still had that out. Landing gear is down, flaps are 40, green lights. Landing checklist complete. There we go, chads. There we go. Right then, let's do this thing. Let's do this thing. Autopilot and auto thrust is disengaged. Shut up. Flight director's off. We're getting bumped about quite a lot here. I'm not sure why. There's zero wind. Bit slow here. I'm not getting any GPWS callouts. What in the world just happened, chat? Auto brake? Is auto brake not working either? Okay, it is, I think. Let's go to manual brakes anyway. 80 knots. What in the world just happened there, chat? What in the world? What in the world just happened? There was no GPWS callouts. Let's make sure there's no one taking off. We are on VATSIM still, I forget. Have I turned them on? Then they're on by default. I haven't turned them off, if that's what you mean. Check the FMC settings for callouts. Yeah, maybe it's amended for this this livery potentially. We're here anyway. We're here. We made it. That was probably not a very good landing either. I feel like that was a little bit rough. Nevertheless, let's get the strobe lights off and the landing lights off as well. Get the APU started as well. And we'll come into here as planned. Great stuff. All right, so after landing checklist, there isn't one actually in the Boeing, is there? APU's coming up. Great stuff. Love to see it. Yeah, it is a new livery, guys. Yeah, it might be that. It might be that. We'll check it once we get in, but let's pull into one of these gates now and get pulled up. Flown it a couple of times. Very, very unstable on approach. That's see. I've flown it a decent number of times, and I've never really had it that bumpy on approach before. But yeah, usually it seems okay to me. That's the most sort of strange behavior I've had on approach so far, really. It seemed to be just jostled about all over the place, and we had no wind indicated on the EFIS there. All right. Another thing that that kind of grinds my gears about this as well is you can't actually set the parking brake with toe brakes, even though that's how you would do it in the real aircraft. It actually knocks the parking brake off if you set the parking brake with the toe brakes in, which is just very strange to me. All right, so let's check the APU is actually online. It is indeed. We'll put it on the bus. We'll shut both engines down warm. Fuel pumps can come off as well. All right, great stuff. All the lighting is set. That is all looking good. Right, let's get some ground services. And we'll get people deboarded here. So wheel chocks can come in. We'll jetway inhibit. I can't quite work out when this actually lights up. Let's see. Yeah, it's a bit strange, some of the stuff that they've put in here. I mean, don't get me wrong, this is a fantastic aircraft, but for a company that that goes by the name of Precision Manuals Development Group. I feel like the manuals are a little bit lackluster for this compared to the DC6, for example. I thought they were excellent for the DC6. So yeah, just another little strange thing there. Right, let's get some loaders in place anyway, whilst we wait for that to occur. Pack entry, jetway, and there we go. We can request it now. Fantastic. That was my fault. Ground power on. We're going to get the APU off. I think that's it. I think we're set for ground services for now, at least. Lovely stuff. All right, then. Let's turn the transponder off as well. That'd probably be a good idea, wouldn't it? All right. Right, let's check the setup page then. Aircraft equipment. Ah, yes, there we go. All the callouts are off. Great stuff. That'll explain it. I was not expecting that at all. That really threw me off there. Never mind. No issues. We got there in the end. All right then, chat. Let's see what you're saying. So... right then. So I guess that's what you meant, Azul. Yeah, so my apologies for that. I guess you meant that if I turned them on in the FMC. Yeah, I get you now. PMDG's getting upset that Phoenix stealing his thunder. I don't think they're going to be too upset. They've got a fantastic aircraft here, to be honest. I've flown it a couple of times, finding it very unstable on approach. Yeah, like I say, I've not really experienced that before. That was very strange because I don't know if you guys noticed on the ND here, we had no wind. So, I mean, obviously we could be getting drafts off the ground, but still, yeah, it seemed quite all over the place there. It's very strange. Good evening, though, George. Welcome to the chat. Welcome. All right. Happened to me one time. I never heard the 50-30-30-20, so I just slammed on. Yeah. I mean, I know it can happen, but I suppose we've figured out what the issue is now. Wasn't one of the things introduced by World Update 9 far more turbulent effects? Not that I'm aware of, no. I mean, World Update 9 is just a content update. It's not actually patching anything in the sim, to my knowledge. It's just really new content, so obviously the new scenery and whatnot in Italy. Landed at Skiathos last night for the first time and was probably one of my best landings in the PMDG. Fantastic. Great stuff. Well, that approach into Skiathos is one that I really want to do myself, actually. I'm definitely going to be doing that at some point in the future. For sure. Tiller animation doesn't work with a tiller accessory. I can't say I've tried that, Ryan, because I don't have a tiller accessory. But, yeah, there are quite a lot of... yeah, I mean, it took me a very long time to get my controls set up as I did, basically, in this aircraft. I had to use spad.next, which is this application here. I don't know if you guys have used it. But basically, I couldn't get it set up without that, basically. I couldn't use the default key bindings, despite the manual sort of saying that you can use some of the default binds for some stuff. So, yeah. I had to use that to actually get it to work properly in with the TCA anyway, with my TCA controller. I think that's been more of an influence for the piston aircraft. George heard a lot of complaints about it. I've not flown a piston aircraft in the sim in ages, so I can't really comment on that. The new prop simulation, yeah. So that was something that was actually added in Sim Update 9. So that's been out now for well over a month, I think. But then again, shouldn't really affect add-on aircraft like this because they're using, again, their custom parameters for the flight model and things like that. Brig, thank you very much. I'm sorry if I'm pronouncing that wrong, but thank you very much for the subscription. Much appreciated, dude, and welcome to the channel. You want to be able to use the fuel switches, switches on your quadrant for fuel cutoff. Yeah. I mean, like I say, it can be done with spad.next. That's what I've done. Because mine work, thankfully. But again, you have to get the application. I can share you my profile as well if you want. So I can use these on and off for the cutoff switches, which is obviously not working now I'm showing you. I think I just quit spad.next, so I'll have to wait for it to relaunch. Come on, Spad. Okay, it doesn't want to launch now. There it is. Okay, fantastic. Yes, I managed to get it working with the with these switches. But again, you have to use the external program, which is a bit unfortunate. I mean, I understand that that is a thing that's maybe expected with high fidelity add-ons, that you have to use some, you know, special parameters and LVARs and whatnot to get stuff to work. I understand that. But in the manual, it seems to be kind of alluding to the fact that you can use the Microsoft binds. So, yeah, bit confused. Very much looking forward to seeing how the Phoenix behaves in terms of its interaction with the sim and the user experience and things like that as well. George says, True's been holding out for the Phoenix to compare, £20 cheaper. Wow, the little things, the virtual EFB. Yep, exactly, yeah. I mean, to be honest, from what I've seen of the Phoenix, it looks better on almost every level, to be quite honest with you. I mean, obviously I've not flown the thing, but in terms of just from what I've seen from streams and whatnot, it does look quite a bit better on so many levels. It's quite crazy, actually. Can't afford both, so the Phoenix wins. Yeah, fair enough. Well, I mean, personally for me, I would if I could only get one out of the two, I would personally get the Phoenix, just purely because I'm more of an Airbus fan, if you like. I do enjoy the 737, but I would, if I was only going to get one or the other, I would probably get the Phoenix now and then wait for the 737-800. But I mainly got this one just to really share with you guys, and because I was just so excited just to see a 737 in the sim, full stop. Are you late? Yes, you are a little bit late, GJ, but don't worry at all. I think we are going to do another leg here, so yeah, stay tuned for that. I'm just going to take a couple of minutes break, and then I'll be back with you for another leg. Let's see, where's a good camera view I can leave you with? There we are, that's quite nice, isn't it? Oh, what's going on in the background there? It looks like the looks like the models have not loaded in over there. Huh, that's a bit sad. Oh well, never mind. That looks a bit horrible, doesn't it, that photogrammetry? I can't lie. Alright, let's leave it about here then. Dear, oh dear. Right, chat. Okay, I'm just going to take a quick break and I'll be back with you. If you enjoyed that flight, consider hitting the thumbs up button. I do appreciate you guys. I'll be back with you shortly. All right, chat, we are back. Hope we're doing well. Hope we're doing well indeed. I'm a bit confused as to what's happened to this scenery, because this scenery is supposed to come with the with all of these buildings over here. But they're not there, are they? This is just photogrammetry. Yeah, this is awful photogrammetry. Yeah, there's no fountains there either. I wonder what's happened there. This is the FlyTampa Las Vegas, as you guys know from last time we flew in here. Oh no, I've messed up the jetway, haven't I? Come on! Deary me. So yeah, this airport comes with the strip basically for down here. But it doesn't seem to have loaded in. I mean, it's not going to affect us, but obviously you pay wear product to work correctly, don't you? What is going on with this sim, man? Right, is that going to fix the jetways now? No, it's not. Alright, let me just see if I can fix this. Right, now we move away again. This is a fantastic looking scenery, isn't it though, chat? Look at the textures, so good. Right, is that going to fix it? I think it may have done. Great stuff. Okay, so I've definitely got all the right add-ons selected, so I'm really not sure why the scenery is not showing up properly. That's very strange. Another leg? Yes, we're doing another leg as well. Yes, stand by. Yes, indeed. Yes, indeed. All right, let's see what else was in the chat then. So, need a release date for the Phoenix as communication has been very poor. Yeah, I mean, they've been quite sparse on their communications, haven't they? But at the same time, they have said that it's going to be days. It's going to be days until the release, not months. So it's going to be coming pretty soon. So I don't think people need to worry too much about the release dates. And they only released the embargo for streamers on Monday. It's only been 3 days. So yeah, I think people are just excited, and it's quite easy to get impatient when you're excited, isn't it? So yeah, I'm sure they'll give a date fairly soon, but they want to obviously make sure they're doing it right. And you know, PMDG have shot themselves in the foot before by giving a date or a rough time scale and not sticking to it. So I'm sure they don't want to do the same mistake as what they did. Nice. Where to? Yeah, we're going to fly back to Burbank now from Las Vegas. So doing the return leg, and again based on the real world flight here from Las Vegas. So I'm just going to get that set up now on my other screen. I'm just going to get the sim brief profile and whatnot. So we'll be Southwest 2604. And we're departing KLAS to KBUR. And the registration November 714 Charlie Bravo. go full on the passengers, and altitude, we'll do the same. We'll do 280. And then whilst we're waiting for the flight plan to generate, I'm actually going to come in here and we're going to fix some stuff. We're going to fix some stuff. I mean, I appreciate this is a retro livery, but I'm fairly certain that there aren't any aircraft flying around anymore that don't have the GPWS callouts for your altitude. So let's fix that. So aircraft equipment. Minimums call minimums and minimums. Oh no, we'll just do minimums and then approaching minimums. V1, we can have that off. 2,500 should be on. 1,000 should be on. 500, and then 200, 50, 40, 30. 2010. Show water in cyan. No, that's fine. Right. Okay. I think we can be happy with that. I'm not going to go through too much more here. Right. I think that's going to save it for this aircraft, or this airframe at least. Okay, right, so let's get things set up then. Let's just go ahead, as we've done one leg already. Let's just have a look at our position here. And just make sure that we haven't drifted too far. So you can see the IRS left and right positions are slightly different here, but not far off, so we don't really need to do a realignment. Which is really nice to see that they have actually modelled that the IRS does drift a little bit. So that is fine. Okay, and we've still got a good level of navigational performance. Okay, great stuff. So we'll come to our route page and we'll start getting things plugged in. Oh, what we didn't do is we didn't look at our SimToolkitPro landing report. Let's do that actually before we go any further. Alright, so on the fuzzpad SimToolkitPro, let's have a look at the landing report, see what we did. Apparently the trip length was 1 hour and 46. I don't think it took us that long, did it? Pretty sure it did not take us that long at all. There's some weird stuff going on today. I'm so confused. Anyway, minus 332 feet per minute, 1.04 G. Not the greatest, but 1.04 G is not feeling too hard for the passengers. Let's see how far we were down the runway. We're actually really good on the touchdown zone and center line. Center line deviation is wrong here because SimToolkitPro is set up for a wrong runway. And yeah, we were fine there on the touchdown zone and center line, so I'm fairly happy with that. Obviously, we could have been a bit softer on the touchdown, but not the end of the world, I don't think. Heading was off quite a bit, but again, not a huge deal, I don't think. We managed to keep center line, or at least track center line for the most part. Right. Okay, so do we do it on VATSIM? Is there any controllers on? Is there even going to be much point in doing VATSIM right now? No, there isn't. Okay. Let's just continue. Just have a nice chilled trip back, I think. Just gonna get my charts ready to brief you guys. All right, so before we go any further, actually, before we do the FMC setup, let's actually go up top and make sure everything is set properly up here. So everything is good there. Checking down here, we'll get the fuel pumps back on now. Keeping on coming down. Ground power is avail. I think we're already on ground power, aren't we? Okay, so that's fine. No issues at all there. Keeping on coming down. All looking good. APU is off. Seatbelt signs are off. We'll turn the window heat back on. Electric hydraulics can come on as well. Packs are in auto. APU bleed can be off as well. And cruising flight level 4, this leg is going to be 280. We'll leave the landing altitude as it is. This is the altitude here at Las Vegas, just in case we need to return, which we won't, but we'll leave it there as it is. And the nav lights are on. Okay. Right, everything else is looking good. We did all our tests earlier on, so let's do a briefing on the OFP then, now that we've got a bit more time. Right, so looking at the OFP, we're going to be Southwest 2604. It's the 18th of May 2022. We're going from Kilo Lima Alpha Sierra to Kilo Bravo Uniform Romeo, which is Las Vegas. Is it Riley? Where's the thing? It's just Reid International. So Reid International to Bob Hope, Hollywood Burbank Airport. We're in a Boeing 737. Tail number is November 714 Charlie Bravo. Departure time 19:25 Zulu, so about 25 minutes from now. Cost index is going to be 17, ground distance 237 miles, and we do have a slight tailwind for the trip today. Cruising flight level is 280, and the alternate is SBD. Not sure where that is at exactly. Block fuel, we need 9,497 pounds. I hope that's pounds. It looks like it is, yep. And the zero fuel weight is going to be 113 again. So same zero fuel weight as last time, actually. Routing is going to take us 26 right, Raider 2, Sliver direct to Cream, and then Janny 5 arrival into Burbank, which is saying 08 for the arrival here. Let's just see what the winds are looking like. Variable at 3 knots now. I think runway 15 is going to be the main runway they use at Burbank. So let's actually just go ahead and just check that. So we might just plan for 15 rather than 08. SimBrief sometimes gives a bit of a strange runway choice. This is not Burbank. There it is. Alright, so an aircraft is actually landing there on 08. Very good. Alright, we use 08 then, why not? We use it. Okay, so coming back to the OFP. So it's going to be the Janny 5 at Burbank 08. Coming further down, looking at the weather real quick. We did just have a look at the METAR here for Bob Hope, but we'll have a look at it for our departure. So winds are 05, 05 knots, so relatively benign winds. 10 statute miles visibility. 32 degrees is the temperature here with the dew point of -2. Altimeter is 1000. And that is about it, really. We can see the winds are looking to increase, and the visibility should decrease as the afternoon goes on, but it shouldn't really affect us. Well, it could affect us. This is active between 1800 Zulu and 2400 Zulu tomorrow. So the winds could change, but for now, not looking too bad at all. Looking at the weather for our destination, winds are variable at 3 knots, 7 statute miles visibility, scatter clouds at 1700 feet, and temperature of 19 degrees. QNH or altimeter 3001. And our alternate is San Bernardino International. I'm not sure where that actually is. But winds are 2904 knots. 4 statute miles of visibility and haze there. Clear in terms of cloud coverage, 21 degrees. So interesting weather actually for the alternate, but nothing too crazy, I don't think. Then looking at the charts here, looking for the significant weather. nothing to report there. And as you can see, looking at the vertical profile, yeah, we are going to have a little bit of a tailwind there, but again, wind's not too crazy at the moment. Right, we'll have a look at the charts once we get a little bit further into the setup, but for now, let's jump back into the flight deck and we'll get things set up. Right, so origin going to be Kilo Bravo, Kilo Lima Alpha Sierra. And we're going to Kilo Bravo Uniform Romeo. Flight number is Sierra Whiskey Alpha 2604. Runway we're expecting 26 right for departure. Departure will set up 26 right and the Raider 2 departure with the sliver transition. Come back to the route here and we'll set up our en route portion, which is direct to Cream. And then from Cream we're going to transition onto our arrival, which is for runway 08. So we'll use the ILS for runway 08 and the Janny 5 arrival and the Cream transition. Transition for the ILS I'm not actually sure on, so let me just check that. Okay, so I think we're just going to be on vectors. We don't necessarily want a transition for the ILS. Just going to check the chart here. Yeah, we'll just use vectors, so we won't select the transition here. Alright, so let's check that all makes sense. So over to legs. Make sure we're at the top, which we are, and we'll step through. So there we go, that's the vectors leg, and then onto the missed approach. So that all looks acceptable. So go back to route, activates and executes. Alternates. Now, I did find out the other day, chat, that this FMC that they've modelled in here, it doesn't have a secondary flight plan option, which is fairly interesting, but nevertheless, we'll stick that in there anyway. All right, so perf and its, cost index of 17. Reserve fuel is going to be somewhere on my flight plan. 3.6 tons. Quite a lot of reserves there. That's 6.6, 3.6. There we go. Zero fuel weight is going to be 113, which is already loaded, so we'll stick with that. And then fuel on board, we've got 7.4 tons on at the moment. We need 9497, so let's actually go ahead and change that. .4. Great stuff. Okay, so it says we've got 9.6 now. That's probably just the way it loaded it. Okay, fine. No worries. No issues. Cruising flight level is going to be 280. Cruise wind is going to be top of climb 025 at 34. And then the temperature up there minus 34. Transition of 18,000, that's all fine. We'll execute that. N1 limits, we'll actually go for assumed. Actually, not going to do an assumed temperature here because it's already ridiculously hot outside here. 32 degrees still. We'll just go for a 22k and a climb 1. Climb 2 was pretty weak, wasn't it? If you guys remember in the takeoff. We'll go for climb 1 on the last flight. All right, so takeoff ref, flaps 5, CG of 18.4, 2224 and 30. So we'll set 130 there, and the trim 6.36, which is just about set. Okay, great stuff. All right, all right. Okay, cool. That's the FMC all set up. Let's go ahead and we'll do our briefing and just make sure everything is in correctly for the departure. First of all, just going to have a quick look at the chat. As all says, I'd rather Phoenix made a different plane rather than just an A320. Yeah, that's true. That's true. I mean, it would be nice to see that. But nevertheless, A320, obviously a very popular plane. There's a lot of information out there for add-on developers to use for really popular planes like the A320, for example. And obviously they want to, you know, release a plane that people are going to buy, really. Obviously the 321 is a bit more niche. The A350 is very difficult for plane makers because there's not that much information out there on the A350 that's publicly available, and obviously making it easy for add-on developers to actually access various information. Obviously Sim4Flight, you might remember them. They announced they were going to make an A350. I was actually part of their marketing team for a while, and then they shut down for various reasons, but obviously one of the contributing factors being that the A350 is a very difficult plane to get information on. So I guess for their first project they wanted something that was a little bit more of a heavy hitter, I suppose. But yeah, I do agree. It'd be nice to see a bit of variety, but I'm still very excited for a studio level A320. The fly-by-wire has still got a long way to go before it's even close to the level that Phoenix have gone to. Ah, yes, and then George says they're going to make some more variants later down the line anyway. All right then, chat. Let's have a look at the fuzz pad. Okay, so we're here at Las Vegas. You know where we're parked. We're about here. So we are going to set off runway 26 right. Obviously, you guys know we're at Las Vegas. The 10-9 here. Excuse me. These notes are not actually too applicable to us. And then we've got a few spots here, which again, not too relevant to us, mostly down here, these hot spots. So to brief the taxi, we're going to push back facing to the south here, and then we're going to taxi on down to Charlie via spot 12 there. We'll taxi on down Charlie, and we'll just follow Charlie all the way down to the end to Bravo holding point for runway 26 right. Then we're going to depart 26 right on the Raider to RNAV departure. As our arrival, transition altitude 18,000, airport elevation 2181. So we're going to depart. This is a very complicated chart once again, but 26 right. Here, we're going to look at it on the plan view because I much prefer the plan view. So you can see we're going to take a 259er heading initially out towards Slit. Sorry, not Slit, that's 26 left. So, wow, this is a complicated one, isn't it? So, yeah, climb on heading 259 to 2,682 feet. It's very difficult to see where that's indicated on here, isn't it? Because it says 2,682 here for 26 left, but not 26 right. But anyway, it does say it up here. Oh no, sorry, I'm reading the wrong one. 26 right, climb on heading 259er to intercept course 249er to cross Rudy at or above 4,000 feet. So that's coming out on the 259er heading and then intercepting the 249er course to Rudy, max 230 knots, minimum 4,000 feet. Then left turn 189 degrees out to Cells. Oh, wait a minute. I can draw arrows. I did not realize I could do that. Okay, that's a game changer. Right then, chat. So 189 degrees down. Oh, that's the wrong way around. Down to Cells, which is maximum 8,000 feet. Which again, we're flying offline here, so we'll probably clear ourselves above these altitudes, and then we're going to go the 180 track down to Raider, which is a minimum of 13,000 feet. Then from Raider, we're going to take the Sliver transition, which is the 217 track out to Sliver here. And that's it for our departure. It actually ends there. So that's the departure. It looks fairly complicated, but it's not actually too bad, really. So let's jump back in then and make sure we've got everything actually selected correctly in the flight deck and in the FMS. Okay, so Raider to departure. So heading, we're going to go 259er, which is the initial heading, which we've already got in there from the approach we've just done. And then we want to intercept the 249er track. So I'm actually going to put that in the course here for a reminder. I'm probably going to get the autopilot in very, very early on this approach. I'm not going to lie, sorry, on this departure, because there's quite a lot going on there. Let's see what we've got in the FMS. So we've got 259er heading and an intercept leg on the initial departure, which is fine. Then Rudy, we've got 230 knots, 4,000 or above, that's fine. And then Cells below 8,000 feet, no speed restriction. And then out to Raider above 13,000, no speed restriction. So that's fine, that's all in there correctly. And then that's really all the setup we need to do for the MCP. We'll select heading select for the departure. Although I am slightly intrigued to see how it will deal with this departure if we use LNAV actually. Because it does seem to have the turn in there nicely. I'm gonna try LNAV chat and we're gonna see how it goes. I'm gonna go lazy mode and see how that works. We'll put heading select and LNAV actually, because LNAV is armed. LNAV should become active at, I think it's 40 feet above ground level, something like that. Right, okay. Let's do our pre-flight checklist. So pre-flight is gear pins and covers are removed. We'll actually go ahead and get the seatbelt signs on as well before I forget, and we'll get the ground services disconnected. Do we have a jetway? We do. Let's get rid of it. We'll release the baggage, and the ground power will leave connected because we don't have the APU on yet, but we will start the APU now. So pre-flights, gear pins and covers removed, dispatch and maintenance is checked, oxygen is tested, we've already done that. Nav transfer and display switches in normal and auto, window heat is on, pressurization mode selector is in auto, flight instruments are checked, parking brake is set, engine start levers are in cut off. Pre-flight checklist complete. Right, we'll just wait for the APU to come up. We'll leave the APU bleed off for now because we want to let the APU warm up a little bit before we turn the bleed on. I bet it's roasting in this plane though. Let's check out the temperature. We're on currently 100 degrees Fahrenheit in the flight deck here. Sorry, in the cabin. $37 degrees Celsius. Holy shitballs. Oh my god, that's so warm. I do apologize, passengers. Let's actually turn this all the way down then for when the packs do come alive. And we're actually just going to, yeah, we'll just get the APU bleed on now. Bring that temperature down. Holy crap, guys. That is wild. Dale, thank you very much for the sub on YouTube. Much appreciated. All right. All right then, let's get the ground power disconnected. Oh no, I've done a boo-boo. I forgot to put the APU on the bus, of course. So we get the yaw damper back on, and we'll just check, make sure nothing else is tripped. Right, I think we're fine. We just need to do the auto brakes, but we've not actually selected that yet anyway, so that's fine. Okay, we're good. We're good. We're good. No need to worry, chats. We are gravy. Okay, so before start chat, this flight door is closed and locked. Fuel is 9.4 tons. Oh, 9.4 thousand pounds. Fuel pumps are on. Passenger signs are on. Windows are locked. MCP is V2 of 130. Heading of 259er and the altitude. The stop altitude on the departure, I didn't actually pay attention to, did I? Stop altitude will be 8,000 feet initially. So we'll set that. So 8,000 feet on the altitude. Takeoff speeds are going to be 2224 and 30. CDU pre-flight is complete. Rudder and aileron trim is 3 and 0. Taxi and takeoff briefing is complete. Anti-collision light will put on now. Let's do it, chats. We'll remove the chocks. Right. Parking brake is set. We'll call the pushback. And we'll pre-plan it. Right, all right. Let's just come back to here like this, facing to the south, as we said. Great stuff. Let's see. The commentator says, have you had it where those PAX temperature knobs twist around to face down, then are stuck in that position? Mind you, I'm not sure if it's a bug or something. Oh, not sure. I've not tried that. Let's see. Oh, like that. I guess that's probably something that it's supposed to do, I think, because you can move it out if you use the left click, like that. I'm not sure exactly the purpose of that. Is that the auto mode? I'm not sure. Let's leave it there and see what happens to the temperature. Right. The tug's on strike again. Oh, no, it's not. I just didn't press the button, did I? Okay, so we've got an invisible tug. Let's release the parking brake. Let's get underway. Wait. Okay, set the parking brake. I'm not getting any sound cues again. What is going on lately? We get the packs off now anyway for engine starts. Do apologise if you're absolutely sweating your balls off in the back. Got that cone there, someone's knocked it over. Deary me. Right, what is going on with this pushback situation? This is mildly frustrating. So, things are going very bizarrely today with this sim, aren't they, chat? Just nothing seems to happen correctly the first time we do it.
Cockpit to ground.
There we go, okay.
This is ground. Stand by.
Jeez Louise.
Okay, sir. The bypass pin is installed. All doors and closed and all ground equipment is removed. The parking brakes are set. You may
Ground
lift.
break 4878.
Parking brakes set. Lifting the aircraft.
4878, ground number 27 left, taxi via Juliet, Yankee Sierra.
Juliet, Yankee Sierra, 27 left, 4878.
We are cleared for start and push. Okay, cleared for push start. Please release parking brake.
Parking brake.
Parking brakes are
Release.
pushback. You can start the engines in sequence.
All right.
Start in the sequence.
Engine 2 started to ground. Start valve open, low oil pressure, fine. Enter rotation. N1 rotation as well.
T39?
Yes, good.
Good news, I'm being told we can let you go. So, you can
22% on the N. Sorry, 25% on the N2. Start the fuel flow.
Sierra to get back over to 27 left, and we'll get you out of here as soon as possible. For the
There we go. Fuel flow. N1 rotation. EGT. Oil pressure coming up.
Ground Delta 1394, approaching Club 11. Excellent.
Delta 1394, ground 27 left, taxi via Foxtrot, hold short of 27 right.
Foxtrot, short of 27 right, Delta 13.
Okay, pushback completed. Please set your parking brake.
Okay, parking brake is set. We'll go to ignition to ground on
Brake set.
the left engine. Enable 230 knots at Rudy.
Ground. You may disconnect.
5638.
Okay.
Interesting.
Disconnect. Pin has been removed. See you at the side. Have a good flight.
Interesting.
Waiting for the visual. Thank you and
See if we
goodbye.
can sneak you out since you're
25% on the N2. We'll start the fuel flow.
Sure, thanks.
Let's see if we can work this out then. So let's see what happens if I actually clear this one out. So if I put 4,000 or above here. That hasn't actually done anything. 220? I'm literally just guessing here, but
5416, continue now. Foxtrot, cross 27 right, right on Sierra, towers 18.5.
enable 220 knots at Rudy. But we want to be below that speed. I don't want to be at that speed. So 230 below, 4,000 below. Sorry, above. Okay, there we go. That's fixed it. That's fine. Great stuff. It just thought I wanted to be at that speed. Okay, both engines are stable. Right. We get the ignition to continuous then. We'll get the probe heat on now. We'll get the packs back on. APU bleed can come off. APU... Oh, I've done it again. God damn it. I've been so good at that recently. Right, so packs are back on. Going to start cooling down in the cabin now, hopefully. We'll see what happens, depending on what this position actually does here. Right. Deary me, chat. Deary, deary me. Right then. Okay, so... Get the transponder to alt off. Right. Before taxi checklist. Generators are on. Probe heat is on. Anti-ice is not required. Isolation valve is in auto. Engine start switches are continuous. Recall is checked. Auto brake is RTO. Engine start levers idle. Flight controls are checked. Let's just do it again real quick. All looking good. And ground equipment is clear. For taxi checklist is complete. Just bear me 1 second, chat. I'll be back with you.
Ground American 782, spot 2 with X-ray.
782, ground 27 left. Taxi Juliet, Yankee Sierra.
Juliet, Yankee Sierra, 27 left, American 782.
Right. Okie dokie. We're ready to rock. Get the taxi lights on.
Who's that?
American 452.
452, no, you can stay with me. We don't have anything new for you yet.
Very good.
Let's get rolling.
Ground, swim warming up to 2075 with information X-ray. We are the 411.
JetBlue 2075 ground. We are stopped right now on your destination en route of flight. Your clearance, you guys block of 1546.
And that's correct, so JetBlue, never mind, with squash 74.
All right then, chats. Dale, thank you very much for the sub on YouTube. Much appreciated, dude. Welcome to the channel. Let's see, is the temperature coming down? It doesn't seem to be coming down, does it? So I'm not gonna let you guys live in this hell.
For departure, taxi right on Foxtrot, hold short of 27.
Let's bring it down to cooling.
Expecting ground 127 left, right on Foxtrot, and hold short of 27 right, blue 2075.
Right, so we're going to taxi on down here. We're going to take a left turn on the first taxiway here, which is Bravo, if I remember correctly, which it is. There we go, Bravo. We're going to take a left turn all the way down to the end, and we're going to depart off runway 26 right. We've got heading cell, LNAV armed, flight directors are on. Great stuff. Hopefully the auto thrust works okay for me on the departure this time.
7609, ready to go for the push again if you can get us up.
Maple 7609, your pushback is first.
Okay, push through, thanks, 7609.
Delta's 1960, will you be ready over there?
1960, we'll be ready.
1960, cross 4 and Juliet, monitor tower.
Cross 4, then on Juliet, monitor tower, 1960, go.
Bijan 6010, kilo 2, ramp at 510, see ya.
Right, chat. Okay, so before takeoff checklist, flaps will set to 5, and trim is set to 6.1-ish. 6.3 even. Okay, so that looks about right. Flaps will obviously wait for the green lights.
Frontier 1164, kilo and kilo 2, contact ramp at 5.
Okay, so flaps 5 is set, green lights. Before takeoff checklist complete.
Our 651.95 is 7 miles final.
Blue Street 5195, going 3309, Gus 17, runway 27 right, clear to land.
7 right, 5195. Oh, Tower Americans, 2486 visual, 27 right.
American 2486, 1330, 10, Gus 17, runway 27 right, clear to land.
Hey, clear to land.
Right then, chat. This is a very long runway here, so I might actually take an intersection for the departure.
7 right, clear to land. Tower, get Blue Street 51, 7 right.
Blue Street 20, wind 340 at 10, runway 27 right, code land.
Where are we here? Is this Alpha 3? This is Charlie 4, which leads to Alpha 4. Okay, so we definitely want to go a little bit further, I think.
Blue Street 5195, right turn on Kilo, Kilo 2, spot 10, contact ramp here.
Kilo 2, spot 10. Contact
Take the next intersection, which is Alpha 3. Alright then, chat. So the departure itself, we're going to fly runway heading 259 degrees, and then we're going to intercept course 249. We can expect LNAV to take care of that turn. 1,000 feet, we're going to bug up, and we're going to go then to vertical speed, depending on our climb rates. This is Charlie 3 here, so we're going to take a right turn here. In fact, we'll take the next turn because we are a bit fast for that turn, so let's just get on the brakes here.
American 2486, high speed, Victor spot 3, contact ramp here.
Alright, Victor spot 3, having a stay American, 2486.
We made this a bit awkward for ourselves by doing that, but nevertheless, let's do it. So we'll go ahead and get the landing lights on as we're about to enter the runway, and we're going to say that we've got clearance. We'll get our strobe lights on as well. Landing checklist is complete. We'll arm the auto throttle as well.
30 at 11, runway 27 right, code land.
Code land, 7 right.
Checking left. Checking right. All looks good. Let's go, chat. Not a bad lineup. Engines up to 40% then.
Blue Street 5549, wind 330 at 11, runway 27 right, code land.
27 right, clear land.
Engines are stable up to Toga. Okay, it didn't cut off that time. That's good. We got a master caution. I'm not sure exactly why it is, but we're not stopping for that.
Kilo 2, contact ramp at spot 10.
Kilo 202, contact ramp.
80 knots, thrust hold. Takeoff thrust is set. V1. Rotates.
Positive rate of climb.
Gears coming up. LNAV.
Squeever 67 Victor Heavy, wind 330 at 10, runway 27 right, code land.
Okay, we're looking good. Let's get Command A in. We're going to bug up now.
American 534, turn right, taxi via Kilo and Romeo, ramp at
Go straight up to flaps 1.
Make the right, Kilo, Romeo, ramp at spot 6 American.
Yeah, it seems quite strange on the rotation, this aircraft. It seems like as soon as the wheels come off the ground, the nose just goes flying up in the air. Looking good though. We'll go to VS now.
Blue Street 5549, right at the high speed, right on Kilo, then Kilo.
Okay, we're at the up speed now. Let's go flaps up and VNAV. Alright, and let's just pretend we are now cleared up to our cruising flight level, which is 280. Wow, it is very bumpy around here at the moment, isn't it? Okay, so looking at the climb page here, we've got 4,000 or above, which we're going to clear out with altitude intervents. 8,000 or below, which we're going to clear out. And we'll just clear them all out. There we go. Okay, so flight level 280. Great stuff. Okay. So we're cleared up to a flight level. Let's go to standard pressure. It is so bumpy. It's absolutely wild. What's going on? Let's get the runway turn off and taxi lights off as well. Engine mode selectors can come to off now as well. Auto brake off, and we'll do our after takeoff checklist. So engine bleeds are on. Packs auto. They are indeed. Cabin is pressurizing. Everything's looking good there. Landing gear is up and off. Flaps are up, no lights. After takeoff checklist is complete. Great stuff. Alright, that was a smooth departure, wasn't it? It is a bit more manageable, this aircraft, when you when you get the autopilot in a bit earlier on the departure, because you always tend to have quite a lot to do, don't you, in this aircraft? Probably be good to put the TCAS on as well. And we're outbound to radar. We're through 10,000 feet now, so let's get the landing lights off. Oh, this has a hood. I completely did not realise it had a hood. Oopsie daisies. That would have probably been useful. Anyway, I'm going to not use the hood for now, I think. How long's the flight time? Not long, really. Expected arrival in about 40 minutes time.
Runway 3751, direct Newell, climb to 15,000. Direct Newell, 15,000.
Alright, and there we go, chat. Let's see what the temperature's looking like in the back now. Okay, it's coming down now to 80 Fahrenheit, which is not too bad, I suppose. Still quite warm, but not too bad. We'll get the seatbelt signs off now. And we're looking good. So you guys may be wondering where the ATCs just suddenly come from, and that's not because I'm on VATSIM. It's actually an add-on called FS ATC Chatter, which I purchased quite a long time ago now, and I've not actually used it for ages. But if you fly online a lot, it's quite nice actually. It adds a little bit of ambience, and it's quite clever how it works actually, because it will basically sense what your frequency is in your box here. So if you actually use the in-game ATC, it actually kind of syncs up with that, which is quite nice. I don't really use the in-game ATC, so I'm just sort of manually switching between the different areas here. And as you can see, it's got thousands and thousands of different samples based on, you know, real-world conversations, especially in the US, where that information is publicly available. And yeah, it's really, really cool, actually, for offline flying. So I thought I'd bring that out today. I completely forgot I had it, but there we go. That's one. FSATC Chatter, it's called, by Stick and Rudder Studios. Siddy, thank you very much for the sub. Much appreciated, and welcome to the stream. Yeah, I hope we're not melting too much in the back there.
United 2104, reduce to the public speed at Trixie and contact approach at 124.35. Good day.
12435, public speed to Trixie, United 2104.
Mariner's already melted, dear oh dear. Alright guys, so you may have noticed there the auto throttle didn't disengage on the takeoff roll there, which is nice, but I guess my only option really is to have the this manual override on never, which is unfortunate really. It would be quite nice if they had a an option to filter out noise from your controller like the Zebo, but nah, I suppose you can't have it all.
FedEx 1116, contact center 127.52.
2752, FedEx 1116.
See ya.
Alright then chat, how are we all doing today? How are we all doing? Who's looking forward to the Phoenix? So seriously, I'm so excited for that. It looks absolutely incredible. I'm checking their Discord almost every day to see if they've got any more information on there.
Southwest 1901.
Good evening, Medevac 563, Lima Charlie, chicken in leveling 240.
Medevac 563 Lima Charlie Center, descend via the Chaser 2, arrival to maintain 10,000, the San Diego altimeter 2999er.
Descend via the Chaser 2 and we'll descend and maintain 120,000, 563 Lima Charlie.
And
Isn't there an option for
10,000.
Sorry about that, 10,000.
descent and hold only? I know what you mean. Yeah, there is an option for thrust, hold, and descent arm only. Yeah. Now that's the option I had it on before, and it seemed to still knock out the auto thrust when I was on Toga, so, which is a bit unfortunate. So I'm gonna have to keep it in never. I think that's my best option there. Getting some buttery smooth frames up here in the cruise. Love to see it. All right then, chat. Let's have a look at our arrival into Burbank, because this is a very, very short flight. We might as well have a look at our arrival, make sure we've got everything set up properly. So we're going to do an ILS approach into Burbank. We did an RNAV last time, so let's do the ILS for 08. 08 is the only runway with an ILS at Burbank. It does actually have an RNAV approach as well, but we'll go for an ILS just to mix it up a bit. Alright, so looking at the arrival, let's bring up the fuzz pad here. Right, so this is going to be the RNAV Star arrival into Burbank, California. She is 10-2 Bravo, and it's Bur as the code. Transition level, flight level 180, and radar required, RNAV 1, DME, our GPS required. Expect runway 8 unless otherwise assigned by ATC. Interesting, I did not know that one actually. Cream transition restricted to KLAS departures only. Not seen that one before either, which is very interesting. Obviously that's applicable to us. We are using the cream transition. So we are going to come in looking at the plan view. Cream, flight level 240. From Cream we're going to go on the 233 track down towards Dunnett, which is 230. We're then going to come on the 251 track to John, which is a required altitude of 220. Then down to Basal, minimum altitude for that leg, flight level 13,000 feet. Then from Basal, we're going to come to Diver, maximum flight level 190. Following the same track again to Chinks, and then on the same track to Copley, which has a required altitude of 14,000 feet. Then we're going to take a left turn to 251 degrees and down to the Palmdale VOR. Maximum altitude there, 13,000 feet. Then a slight bearing left to 243 down to Janney, which is a required altitude of 8,000 feet. So lots of restrictions coming in here. Obviously coming into LA airspace, very, very busy. So lots of restrictions on this arrival. Then coming from Janney to Puck, 8,000 feet. And then from Puck, we're going to take the 201 track to Elmer, minimum altitude of 7,000 feet. Down to Wabbit, which is required altitude of 6,000 feet. And then from there, we can expect RNAV Yankee or radar vectors to final approach course. So it sounds like the RNAV Yankee is possibly more commonly used here. Let's see. Okay, so it does actually transition from Wabbit directly onto the RNAV approach there, which is quite interesting. I mean, we did an RNAV into Las Vegas, so maybe we do an ILS this time just because. Just because why not? I mean, yeah, fine. it's a little bit more hands-on then as well, because we get to set a few more things than an RNAV, and we can do our final approach. We can do our vectors onto final line as well, so that'd be a bit more interesting, I think. All right, so that's the arrival. Lots of restrictions there. We'll have a check in the FMS, make sure everything is in there once we get underway. But looking at the ILS approach, we're going to do the ILS Zulu into runway 8, Burbank, California, sheet 11-1. So airport elevation 778 feet, touchdown zone elevation 727 feet. ILS or localizer frequency 109.5 with a final approach course of 079 degrees. Looking at the MSA, we do have a quite a varied MSA here. So in the north sectors 7,300 and 9,300, and then the southern sectors 4,700 and 4,400. So the minimum, the lowest MSA is 4,400, but the maximum MSA in the northeast is 9,300. So quite a range there. Obviously, we've got some terrain around the airfield, so that's why. Right, all right. This stuff is not overly relevant to us right here, but we've got a note here. The PAPI and ILS glide path is not coincident, so basically similar situation as the last approach into Las Vegas. Basically the PAPI is not going to match up exactly with the ILS glide slope. Alright, so looking at the ILS approach itself, we're going to be on vectors coming into the final approach course here. So we're going to vector ourselves onto the localizer. We're going to be at 3,000 feet for the platform altitude. Going to come in at 3,000 feet, and then we'll intercept the glide slope here at boot glide slope at the. Well, let's see. Yeah, we'll intercept it. Oh, this is a very interesting one. I've not actually seen it drawn like this before. But basically, we'll fly 3,000 feet until we intercept the glide slope. We'll actually intercept the glide slope a bit earlier than Bood here. Bood. Because we're going to be flying at 3,000 feet, we'll actually intercept it a little bit higher, which is going to be more or less there, but it doesn't really give you a exact distance for where that's going to be. So we'll intercept the glide slope at 3,000 feet. We'll come down at 3 degrees, and the minimums, it's going to be 1,075 feet. Go around. Looking at the go around, we'll climb to 1,300, then climbing right turn to 4,600 and heading 210 and inbound to the Victor Tango uniform. VOR radial 086 to Victor Tango uniform VOR and hold. So 4,600 being the ultimate missed approach altitude there. And then taxiing, we don't need to worry too much about. We'll basically just go all the way down the runway more or less. And then come off at the end and to the terminal area. So no issues there. Very straightforward taxi. All right, let's make sure we've got everything set up anyway and make sure we've not missed our top of descent. Which we actually have missed our top of descent. Of course we have. Of course we have. It wouldn't be one of my streams if we hadn't. And our speed's all the way back at 196 for some strange reason, so we'll have to check that as well. So we'll go to level change. I'm going to bring the speed up to 265 knots. Let's just have a look here. What's going on? Why is our speed all the way back there? I really have no idea. And then we'll arm VNAV. Okay, VNAV paths. So we've got VNAV speed there. That's fine. Why was our speed back there? We had VNAV on, correct? If I can remember correctly. I'm going to have to watch the footage back of that. I'm not sure what I've done there, but anyway, we're accelerating now and we're recapturing the VNAV path. You can see we're coming back onto the path here, slowly but surely, so we can actually try and make this restriction here. All right, anyway, let's make sure we've got everything else set up for the arrival. Obviously, so many restrictions here. The top of descent was probably a little bit earlier than what one might expect. So coming in at Dunnet, we need to be at flight level 230, which is in there. Flight level 220 at John, which is in there. Maximum 190 at Diver. which is in there. Coplate, 14,000 required, which is in there. Maximum 13 at PMD, which is in there. Janny 8,000, Puck 8,000, Elmer minimum 7,000, which is in there, and then Wabbit 6,000, which is in there. Great stuff. So that's all fine. And then we've got a vector leg into the ILS. So let's go for the ILS. We'll set our nav radios to the ILS frequency, which I forgot to actually mention to you guys. Oh no, I actually did, didn't I? So it's 109.5. So we'll just do that. And then we'll put in the inbound course of 079er.
Connect approach on 134.0.
And switching to 34.0 for rest 43.
Okay, so 079er there on the inbound course is set. Just double checking my frequencies, 109.5, and checking on the PFD, 109.5, 079. Okay, so that's all looking good. And then the minimums, 1075 on the minimums. Oh, this is going to take forever to set, isn't it? Alright, so we're coming back onto the VNAV path here, you can see, which is lovely. We're on VNAV speed at the moment. We should get VNAV path momentarily.
Southwest 312, resume public speed.
Resume public speed, Southwest 312.
VNAV path, FMC speed, great stuff. 1075 on the minimums, which is now set. That's all good. So we're back on the profile now. Lovely stuff. We can wind our altitude down a bit further. We'll set it to 6,000.
Alaska 251, connect approach on 128.1 today.
28-1, Alaska 251, good day.
Okie dokie. So we've cleared ourselves down to an altitude, so let's go ahead and get the altimeter for Burbank, which is 299 at 8 even, so let's go ahead and set that. Winds are 190 at 5 knots, so we're actually going to have a little bit of a crosswind landing here. Let's do our approach performance. So we'll go for Platform 40. It is quite a short runway. Wind to 5 knots, so we don't need to apply any wind correction there. Okay, fine. No worries.
Alright, resume published speeds not to exceed 270, United EC27.
Right, alright.
Center South 453, we should fly with 290 and 240. Home on.
We are looking good, chat. Oops, wrong button. Robin, welcome to the chat from Germany. I hope you're doing well. Good to see you. Welcome, welcome. Asa, good evening, sir. Good to see you. It's been a while, it feels like. GJ loves this add-on. Yeah, it is very good, isn't it? It is very good. Sweden won against Finland in Ice Hockey Game World Championship. Fantastic. Good to hear. Congratulations to Sweden.
2.35 Delta 540, good night.
I assume that's where you're from, potentially? Is that why you're mentioning it?
Alaska 219, 31-7 for Rego 240.
Alaska 219, offender descend via the Ola 1 arrival, accept maintain 2000, Palomar altimeter 299.7.
Descend via the Ola 1, accept 2000, Alaska 219.
Right then, chat. Hopefully I can do a good landing in this aircraft once upon a time. I just feel like I've been struggling so much.
United 1827, contact approach on 124.35. Connect.
24.35, United 1827, good day.
I mean, this aircraft does have a very strong pitch power couple, doesn't it? So it is something to get used to when you're used to an Airbus, for example. I'll tell you what I'm going to do, chat, actually. I'm going to leave the flight directors on, but I'm actually going to just... I'm going to disconnect the autopilot here, and I'm just going to have a play with this and just see how strong the pitch power couple actually is. So I'll get it trimmed, so we're still descending as per the flight directors. Well, just about. And then I'm just gonna pull the thrust out, and what should happen is the nose should drop pretty drastically. So if I pull to idle now, I've still got the auto thrust in, haven't I? So disconnecting the auto thrust. Okay, buddy. So the nose hardly dropped at all there, which is surprising, but it was already at quite a low thrust setting, to be fair. So if I bring the power up now, the nose should come up pretty hardcore.
Southwest 453, contact approach on 124.35. Good day.
Okay, it is coming up, but by nowhere near as much as what I would have thought. And then let's see if the nose comes back down now. I put it at idle. Without me touching anything, by the way. I'm just touching the throttle. Okay. Interesting. So the pitch power couple is not quite as strong as what I actually thought it was, to be quite honest.
Costa Rican 49 center cross.
Interesting. Interesting.
Maintain 12000, the Palomar altimeter 29907.
KQNH 29907, descend to 12000, crossing the 12000, Costa Rica 4090.
So I wonder if that's why I'm floating a little bit sometimes in this aircraft, because I'm expecting the nose to drop more, so I'm pulling back more than I need to, maybe. I'm not sure.
Flight Qatar 8925, contact approach on 134.0.
Let's just see, chat. Let's see what happens. KBM Sun, welcome to the chat. Hope you're doing well. Re-downloading the sim and forgot how long it takes. Yeah, it does take quite some time, doesn't it? Unfortunately. How come you're having to do that? Alright, so we're doing good on the descent anyway. We are just coming inbound to diver. We need to be below flight level 190 here, which we're easily making. So many restrictions on this arrival. Coplay is the next restriction, flight level 14,000 feet. Getting a really nice frame rate up here though, I have to say. Nevertheless, we are going to be coming into LA pretty soon, so I imagine that will all change. We'll go for auto brakes 2. Maybe 3 actually, I don't trust myself. And we're just going to let it come down nice and steady. Shuts, welcome to the chat, dude. Hope you're doing well. Welcome, welcome, welcome. Shuts, our only platinum member on the channel, so welcome indeed. Ryan says, what's your terrain LOD? It's at 100, Ryan. Commentator asks, here's a random question. What other hobbies do I have than flight simming? Well, I don't know if you guys know. Some of you might know this, but I'm a professional photographer as my sort of day job, if you like. So photography, and then whatever comes with that, really. I do enjoy landscape photography, so I do enjoy, you know, getting up in the mountains, hiking about, although I haven't done it in quite a while. And then other than that, I do enjoy building PCs and geeking out over computers and all sorts of other little bits around computing. Basically, I've been into computing since I was very young. I do all of the sort of graphics and all of the code and things like that for the stream, or at least most of it anyway. Other than what is templated. So I do all the graphic design and things like that for the stream, which I quite enjoy. I suppose that's about it. That's quite a lot to be honest for one person, if I do say so myself. But yeah, what are you guys interested in? Thank you for asking that, the commentator.
2975, Raider 10.
I think my game is about 180 gigabyte, but take around 500 gigabytes in the community folder. Yeah, that sounds about right. Yeah, it's a lot. Oh, Ryan, you're a photographer as well. Very good. Celeb based. So are you a press photographer or something like that?
Shuttle 5867, reduce speed now to 210.
I like to do bird photos and landscape. Very good. Yeah. I occasionally do some wildlife photography, but very rarely. Don't have too much wildlife here in the UK to photograph. Of interest anyway to me, but yeah, I love landscape photography. I think my link to my Instagram is actually down in the description of this video if you're interested in seeing what kind of work I do. I haven't updated it in quite a while because I haven't been out to do landscape photography in a while, but yeah, there's still plenty on there.
We are at flight level 180, descending on the bruiser for runway 8.
Chut says, hope you're good too, fella. Busy night, kids and football, wife's birthday. Wow, well, happy birthday to your wife, Chris. Yeah, I'm doing very well, thank you, yeah. Doing very well indeed. Alright, how are we doing here? So, 13,000 or below, Papa Mike Delta. Great stuff, we're looking good. Alright. Commentator says, nice. Yeah, it's obvious you're good with the graphic design and scripting side of things. Yeah, well, I'm glad you can see that. I spend far too much time just messing around with things and trying to get it right. So yeah, I'm glad you can see that. So yeah, I've also just built another PC as well, which I'm going to hook up with a capture card to the sim, and hopefully we can get even better performance out of the sim for the stream. And Mariner, thank you very much for the kind words. It says my photography is spot on too, so appreciate that, dude. That's very kind of you to say. Ryan does film, TV, etc. Celebs. Very good, very good. So do you do video work, or is it stills, or both even? For me, motorbiking is one of my favourite things to do. Skiing occasionally. Nothing better than the Alps. Very good, yeah. I've never been skiing, unfortunately, but would love to try it. Cycling too, but need to get back into cars. Very good, very good. What is? Do you have a favourite motorbike? Do you have a motorbike that you take out regularly? Do you have a few motorbikes? If you don't mind me asking, what's your favourite motorbike, dude? Very good, very good. I nearly did go skiing once, actually in the Alps, but it was just when I had a spare afternoon when I was on a shoot, and eventually I didn't have time for it, so I didn't get a chance to do it in the end. All too expensive, yeah. It does sound very expensive, all of that, the commentator. It does indeed. I can relate, though. I can relate. We do many expensive hobbies, don't we? I find I spend more on my hobbies than I do on my actual work, to be honest. Right, coming through 10,000 feet. Let's get the landing lights on and the taxi lights on. Engine igniters or ignition switches to continuous. Landing altitude is not set. We'll set that now.
Delta 688, reduce speed to 230. Speed 230, 688.
set it to 700 there. We get the seatbelt signs on. And we'll do the approach checklist. So, approach checklist, altimeters, sorry, descent checklist we've not even done. Pressurization, landing altitude is set. Recall is checked. Auto brake is set to 3. Landing data is VREF of 126, flap 40. Minimums are 1,075 feet. Approach briefing is complete. Descent checklist complete. Approach checklist, altimeters are 299 set both sides. Course is set to 079er, and the radios are set to 109.5 on both sides for the ILS. Approach checklist complete. Okay, so we've just gone off the VNAV here, so I'm adding drag with the speed brakes. Required altitude is 8,000 at Janney, which doesn't look like we're going to make, actually. Oh no, we should make that. We should make that. Right, alright. Mainly stills, Ryan. Fair dues, fair dues. How are you finding it? Do you enjoy it? Clem is into music and gaming. Very good, very good. What other games do you play, Clem? Oh, thank you very much, MPS Gaming. That's very kind of you to say. Very kind, very kind. Right, chat. I'm just going to focus a little bit on the arrival here. Just want to make sure we get set up properly. We've got a little bit of distance to run, so we shouldn't have too many issues actually. We're going to level off at 8,000 here. I think what I might do is, seeing as though we're not online, let's go ahead and go altitude into vent. So we'll clear out the restriction at 8,000 there. Oh, what has it just done? Control wheel steering. What happened there? What was that? That was very strange. So we've cleared out 8,000. VNAV disconnect. Okay, that's what it was. Interesting. Fine. No worries. We'll go VS 1000. Look at these views though. Absolutely ridiculous coming into LA. Thomas says he's flying by now. Do I see you? I don't see you, no. No, I don't see anyone near me at all, actually. Alright, so 1,000 to go till our level off, which is expected, and no problem at all. Now, we probably shouldn't have broken that altitude constraint there, because that constraint is probably partially there because of the terrain, really, but I don't think we're at too many issues. Here we are, coming into LA. So many houses down here. I don't know if that's our airfield there. It is actually. Okay, so we're going to alter choir. We're going to fly level at 6,000 until Wabbit, and then we're going to come down to platform altitude of 3,000 feet.
Turn left like 210, descend and maintain 4,000. Left 210, descend 4,000, GPS 13.
We do have this terrain in front of us though, so we don't want to descend too quickly here. Not sure what the procedure would be is if you were on vectors. Thomas, we are just slightly to the north of Hollywood Burbank, KBUR. These scenes are just absolutely incredible. Look at the clouds down here. Wow. Wee wah. Wait, are we actually going to pass over the Hollywood sign, I think? There's a Hollywood sign on these mountains on the other side. Maybe? I think it is, chat. I think it is. I'm not sure. No, it's not actually, is it? Is it down there? No, it's not. Alright, chat, never mind. Okay, so heading selects. Probably should have done that earlier. No issues. Let's go down to 3,000 feet. We go VS. 1,000. We're going to give ourselves a slight right heading here. And we'll bring the speed down to the up speeds.
On the west side of that, just let me know if you're having any issues with it. Irrigators, area 1, Charlie, 2, Charlie, 6683.
This is approved and we'll go.
Nope, unsigned, wrong mountain. Yeah, I thought so. I thought so.
Yeah, 0 1.
Obviously, it's not far away from here, though, is it?
It's usable, unusable at 1 Charlie, however, for the 2 south, it should work. Request 2
into many FPS games like Valorant, Halo Infinite, but also Microsoft Flight Sim. Just got a new graphics card, RTX 3060. Very good. Very nice. Very nice indeed. Absolutely epic scenes, though, coming in.
Sir 5 Quebec, inbound 25 Romeo 4.
2635 Quebec, call to 5 radar contact. Say your altitude, you can proceed on course.
Altitude is 1,200 going to 1,700, proceeding on course 35 Quebec.
435 Quebec, altitude is your discretion.
Okay, so remember, we're in the northwest sector here, so the MSA is actually quite high here, so we've got to be careful how far we go down. So let's keep quite close to the airfields. Let's put this to 3,700. I'm a little bit nervous of this terrain here, especially considering now we can't see it. We'll come down to VS 500.
Leaving 2,800, 410.
See, is the localizer alive? It is not. Okay, we're looking good on the terrain. Glide slope is alive, however. All to quiet. Keep the heading coming round. Okay, localizer is alive now. We'll arm approach. Vorlock, glide slope armed. It's quite a steep bank, is this, isn't it? Right, so let's start getting some flaps out then. So we'll go straight to flaps 1. Then we'll bug down. Now we'll come to flaps 5.
Number 6 Delta Juliet, fly heading 330, vector final for course.
Let's start the replay this time. What scenery do I have for Los Angeles? This is just default scenery. Bug the flaps 5 speeds.
Left heading 300, maintain 3,000 till established on the localizer. Cleared ILS, rank 7 approach.
Established, cleared ILS, 7 approach, 6,000 feet.
Runway is in sight.
I would just verify cleared land for 916 Delta Julie. Just broke out runway in sight.
Number 6 Delta Julie, from cleared land, runway 27.
It's right at 650 feet.
Copy.
We'll get the heading brought round to 079er. And we're going to flaps 10.
Limo 235, roger, maintain VFR at or below 3,000 en route to your location. The short altimeter is 3017. We're cleared through the tower. 3017, maintain 3,000 feet. And,
Okay, we can expect the glide slope to come alive momentarily. Once we pass through this Silex point here, I imagine we should see the... There we go, glide slope alive. Gear down. And flaps 15 selected.
Road hello, delay 638, 9,000, sending 4,000, and 50 heading.
Delay to 638, switch, just to maintain 4,000.
Send to 4,000, we have fuel sight 638.
There's one spark coming up, and then I'll have your clearance after we get that your way.
Oh, I still have the speed brake out. What an idiot. Dear oh dear. Gadget's loving the 737. Yes, we are too. Yeah, it is very, very nice indeed. Very, very nice. Okay, let's go flaps 25.
Delay to maintain 3,000.
Tower 3,000. Clear tower.
Let's get the music down a bit. Alright, notifications off for the final approach. Let's make sure I actually record the replay. There we go, glide slope capture. Throttle's coming back.
200 for 6,000, heading 285 with information kilo. 718, good morning.
Alaska 1967, 15.
Okay, speed is really struggling to come back here actually.
Cleared to land, 28 left, Alaska 1967.
There we go, it's coming back nicely now. Flaps 30 selected. 2500 is checked.
12, 70 debris, and say parking.
We're going to, we believe, Golf 92 today.
Oscar 1223, roger, down to Tango, left turn at Tango, and contact ground point 8.
Okay, left turn at Tango, ground point 8. Have a good night, Alaska 12.
Alright chat, I think I'm going to fly it manually from here just to see, just to get a feel for it really, because I don't do enough manual flying in this thing, so let's give it a go. Alright, so we're disconnected on the autopilot. I'm going to leave the auto thrust in for now.
Tower Canada 753, visual 28 right, visual separation with the green pointer.
Air Canada 753, tower 138, runway 28 right, clear to land.
Clear to land, 28 right, Air Canada 753.
It's quite hard to see the runway from here, so it's quite difficult to judge my height, so I'm actually just looking at the flight directives now.
American 1269 on Delta, cross runway 28 left, contact ground point 8, no delay, traffic 2 mile final.
No delay, we'll cross 3 left at Delta and ground point 8, American 1269.
Let's get the auto thrust out.
Alaska 1305, hold short, runway 28 left.
Hold short 28 left, Alaska 1305.
Getting a little bit high, which I'm correcting for.
Tower low, Virgin 4, Romeo Heavy, 28 left, 8 miles.
We're a little bit right of centre line.
1,000.
$1,000 is checked.
Alaska 1967 to Alaska Echo in contact ground 28.
Zigzagging around the centre line here. Not doing too bad though, I think. I can't see the pappies. We've got a bit of a tailwind here. Minimums continue.
200.
Two whites, two reds.
Light slow.
Ignoring that.
50. 40. 30. 20. 10.
That wasn't bad at all, was it, chat? Let's go. Manual braking. Whoa, whoa, whoa. What happened there with the reverses? Okay, I have no idea what happened there. That was strange. Anyway, there we go, chat. That wasn't too bad, was it? Beautiful stuff. That was flaps 30 as well. I didn't even... That was flaps 30. I forgot to part the last stage of flap. Oopsie daisies. Right, okay, let's come off the runway here. Let's get the landing lights off. And the strobe lights off as well. And we'll come straight here to Alpha 7. How convenient. We get the taxi light off as well.
Alaska 1305 on Echo, crossing rotate left contact ground 28.
Echo, copy ground 1305.
Parking brake set. Okay, so the APU is not actually online yet, and we're just going to give that a second. APU bleed is off anyway, so I don't need to worry about overloading it. Wait for it to come on.
Sorry, 1604, 28 left.
Unit 1604, Tower 27012, runway 28 left, clear to land.
28 left, clear to land.
Alright, APU is on. Get it on the bus. Shut down both the engines now. Anti-collision can come off. We'll get the fuel pumps off. We'll leave one on for the APU. Electric hydraulics off, as well as the probe heat and window heat. Alrighty then, shades. Fantastic, not too bad at all. Get the seatbelt signs off. Auto brake disarm. Transponder can come off as well. Let's get some... Actually, I'm not going to bother with the ground services because we're going to play a replay in just a second. But there we go. Lovely stuff. Lovely stuff indeed. Let's run the parking checklist then. So, parking checklist or shutdown checklist. Fuel pumps are off. Probe heat is in auto. Hydraulics are set, flaps are up, parking brake is set, engine start levers cut off, weather radar is off, parking checklist is complete. Great stuff. Hey, Bill's in the chat. Let's go, brother. Slide her in gently. Yes, I think we did actually do quite a good job of sliding her in there. Very good indeed. All right, let's have a look then at the SimToolkitPro. This is where I found out that it was actually a terrible landing. Oh my god. It wasn't as great as I thought it was. Anyway, let's have a look, chat. Let's have a look. So it wasn't butter, it was actually 371 feet per minute somehow. That felt like it was much smoother than that, but... Anyway, 1.06G, 130 knots, so speed was good. And then I felt like touchdown zone and centerline was actually quite good as well. So let's see what it says on that front. Yeah, so touchdown zone, very good. And centerline, absolutely perfect. 0 feet deviation there from the centerline. And the heading was spot on as well. So everything was good there except for the landing rate. Could have been a little bit softer. But I'm going to take that. I'll take that. That's fine. That's fine with me. All right then, chat. Let's have a look at the replay situation then. So we'll come here, and I'm just going to load the final state, basically, so that it's all set up nicely for the replay. And then we're going to replay and have a look at that from the outside. Ryan, take it easy, dudes. Take it easy. B is for butter, not for bad landing. Exactly. 300 is alright. Yeah, it's not too bad, is it? It's not too bad. I kind of wish it was a bit smoother than that, but hey-ho. Leonardo, on multiplayer, you just join the same server that we're on. So if you go to all players and then make sure you're on the North Europe server. Yeah, Gadget. I'm not sure what happened there on the... I'm not sure what happened there on the reverse. Maybe it's something to do with my key bindings. Something. Maybe I need to double check that. DK, welcome to the chat, dude. Hope you're doing well. Another channel member in the chat. Good to see you. Hope you're doing well indeed. Welcome, welcome, welcome. All right then, chat. Let's have a look at this from the outside then. So as we normally do, what we'll do is we'll go ahead and have a look at the final flare in the initial instance. We'll shut this off now. I mean, that looked alright to me. That looked alright. Maybe flared a bit early, potentially. I don't know. Maybe not enough, really. It's difficult to tell, because I don't know how accurate the engines play back. Yeah, I think that was a flare a bit too early, and then when I cut the power, it just fell out the sky type thing. But maybe it was a bit too early there. But centerline tracking, absolutely bang on there. Touchdown zone, bang on. Can't really complain, to be honest. Tell you what we are going to do, chat, though, is we're going to do a bit of this action. Oh, it's so sensitive. Please, no. Alright, there we go. Right, there we go. That's a bit better. Look at that nice slope on the runway there, though. Very good. Very good. Very good. Very nice. Right. Let me get this right here. There we go. Here we go, chat. You ready? Here she comes. Thank you very much, Nightbot, for silencing that spammer. Get wrecked, buddy. There we are, chats. Look at that view, though, down the runway. Mountains in the background. Absolutely beautiful. Beautiful. Let's do a bit of slow motion here. Oh, the slow-mo. Beautiful. All right then, chat. Hope you guys have enjoyed anyway. I'm not sure the speed brake should be out here, but I don't know. Anyway, nevertheless, what replay tool is that? It is Sky Dolly I'm using here. Sky Dolly. It's available on flightsim.to. Oh, thank you very much, Mariner. Nice one, dude. Right then, chat, I'm going to leave you with this. I'm going to head off now. I hope you guys have enjoyed the stream today. Thank you very much for tuning in, as ever. I hope you guys have a fantastic Wednesday evening. I'll catch you again probably on Friday evening, so stay tuned for that. Once again, guys, enjoy the rest of your day, and I'll catch you in the next one. Bye-bye for now.